Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our March 4th, 2024 council meeting. We are going to jump right into the recommendation that a closed meeting be held on March 4th, 2024. Sorry, I need to call to order first to acknowledge that we're here. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That's carried. Now we will jump into the closed recommendation, and that is that a closed council meeting be held on March 4th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. at the Wilmot Admin Complex in accordance with Section 239 2H of the Municipal Act 2001 to consider the following. Confidential information supplied in confidence from the Province of Ontario, Section 239 2H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a Crown agency of any item. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. We will return here at 7 p.m. for our regular meeting. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting for March the 4th, 2024. We will have our motion to reconvene into open session. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. For the clerk, it's 7:02 that we're reconvening. For our moment of reflection, we have two items I wanted to touch on. The first is that the month of March is Women's History Month, and this is recognized across the world, including in the UK, Australia, and the US, as well as, of course, Canada. And most people are familiar with International Women's Day, which will be celebrated on Friday, March the 8th. And it's a call to action and a reminder that gender equality, wow, I can't get my words out today, is one of the most effective ways to build healthier and more prosperous and more inclusive communities. We all have a role to play in building a future where everyone can reach their full potential, and women's success is everyone's success. You can visit the Women and Gender Equality website at canada.ca for more information and downloads. And the other note I wanted to pass on is a more somber topic, and that is the passing of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. You may have noticed the township flags will be flown at half-mast as the 18th Prime Minister of Canada passed away on February the 29th, and our flags will remain at half-mast until the state funeral ends. Prime Minister Mulroney achieved many accomplishments during his tenure as Prime Minister. He brokered many free trade agreements with the US and pushed for constitutional reforms to secure Quebec's signature on Canada's supreme law. He also introduced a national sales tax to raise funds against budget deficits, privatized crown corporations, and stood against racial apartheid in South Africa. We offer our condolences to the Mulroney family as Canada says goodbye to the former Prime Minister. And I will now turn it over to Councillor Wilkinson for our territorial acknowledgement.
We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth, and we should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilkinson. We do have multiple additions to the agenda, all of which are on the most updated agenda for councillors, and I did want to note that we had one last-minute add of a delegation, an additional delegation under 11.1, which we will get to when we talk about that topic. May I have an adoption of the agenda as presented for March 4th? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest, councillors? Seeing none, we do have minutes from the previous meeting, and that would be that minutes from the January 25th, 2024 and January 27th, 2024 Finance and Budget Committee meetings and the February 26th, 2024 Council meeting be adopted as presented. May I have a mover to get this on the floor? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. We have no public meetings this evening and no presentations. We do have 9 delegations this evening, and we will call on you once we get to the appropriate part that you're here to speak about in our agenda. As for correspondence, are there any items councillors want to pull out at this time? Okay, seeing none, we do have 3 consent agenda items. To get this on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Does anybody want to pull any consent items? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I would like to pull 13.1 and 13.2.
You're welcome to speak to them. Okay,
I'll start with 13.1 regarding burn permits. Do appreciate the report. And this is essentially what we were asking for with regards to the legacy permits or I guess what we're offered is lifetime permits. So still looking, I guess, to you, Chief Leeson here with regards to the information. So just if I can clarify, we don't have the information as to how these were collected in the first place, or do we?
Through the chair, pre-2007, records are very difficult to obtain. 2007 on, we had a program called Fire Pro, and we have records in that particular program that show us 2007 to 2021, basically, when we 2019 when we abandoned that program. And then our subsequent program, we have records in that as well.
Follow-up, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, and the reason I ask is there was mention of we anticipate this many more permits this year because we've contacted the folks that had the quote-unquote legacy permits. So I guess the answer is yes, we do have the information, but I guess the other question I have is if these were offered in perpetuity or sort of as buy one time, have for life, why don't we honor that, or why aren't we honoring that? Because I have heard from residents that say we bought these under the agreement that it was a one-time purchase, and now they're being changed.
Through the chair, the answer to that is difficult to answer, but our thought on that and our stance on that through the bylaw is that anyone that was issued a legacy permit in, say, 1995, that permit was based on the rules of that bylaw at that time. Fast forward to whatever the late 2012 when a bylaw was updated, the person that bought that permit in 1995 is not following the updates in the bylaws, and therefore they would lose track of what was the rules of the day. So what we found was that when we were getting calls to complaints at people's residents who had legacy permits, they were completely unaware of any changes in the permit, and at that point had not followed that. So one of the biggest changes was yard waste, basically twigs, grass, clippings, those type of things. When people burn those in their backyard, they're a smudgy, smoky, off-putting fire, and we were getting a lot of complaints on those, and when we'd bring that to their attention, they would say, well, when I bought the permit, the bylaw didn't say that, so I'm going to keep going with that. That's literally the answers we would get. So when we introduced the new bylaw, all subsequent bylaws are no longer deemed in effect. The bylaw that we have in effect now is the current bylaw that we passed. We also tried to accommodate smaller yard lots. They were a big issue too, and they were doing some of the same practices. In spite of the fact that they may not have even had legacy permits, they were just burning anyway. So we're trying to rein it all in, be fair to everyone. As you can see in the survey that we conducted, a vast majority of people want to have the ability to enjoy their yards with a backyard or a recreational fire. We didn't want to prohibit that from happening in the township. We wanted to respect that wish. So we had to find those tipping points between safety, people's enjoyment in their property. We have some people who they can't open their windows because, and that's why we had to put time limits on as well. So there's a whole variety of things that played into, let's remove those legacy permits altogether. They paid $45. In the early days, they paid $25. I think they got their money's worth, considering what we're charging annually now. And we have to move on to a safer environment. We have urban growth occurring. I wouldn't be surprised if the growth continues, not during my time here probably, but maybe subsequent fire chiefs may be faced with a decision on whether we continue with burn permits in built-up urban areas, and it may have to be restricted to rural. So there's a whole variety of moving parts with this whole conversation that played into how we arrived at the bylaw we did.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I appreciate that background and explaining of the thought process. I guess, again, my concern here is that we offered folks the opportunity to buy something that was good for life or good for ownership of the property. Do we have access to what the wording was at the time, or potentially what the agreement was at the time when they were purchasing these burn permits? I know you said the record keeping is somewhat questionable, but I would anticipate, even 2007, we probably have some sort of receipt or copy of a transaction prior to that that would indicate what the rules might have been, right? Like, did we have a clause in there that said you could lose this at a moment's notice? Or the understanding I have from residents is that they bought something for life, they are wondering why they're losing it or have lost it.
Through the chair, I don't know if there's wording anywhere in the records that exist that speak to that. Some of the bylaws did speak that the permits were issued. There was nothing in the bylaw that said that it had to remain a legacy permit. There's nothing in the bylaw that indicated it would be in perpetuity. It was sold to them as a legacy permit. I can't really speak to anything further than that. I don't have access to some of the information that you're asking towards. I can maybe dig a little deeper and see if I can find something. The only other comment I would have is that if it's council's wish, council could direct fire to not pursue those legacy permits. However, they would still have to apply for an annual permit because part of the process is the safety and the enjoyment of property for everyone. So they're going to have to follow the bylaw requirements. But again, if council wishes to forfeit the fee, I think you're going to run into some problems with the people who are paying fees. I'm just thinking out loud. I mean, it's council's direction that we follow, and we're happy to do that, but this would have to be council direction at that point.
Councillor Cressman.
I think the principle here is that bylaws get changed and regulations get changed, and people have to respond to the new regulations. I was remarking to some that I am required to pass a test to purchase herbicides for my farm operation. And that wasn't the case when I started farming in 1980, but it is the requirement now. Every 5 years I've got to go through it, and the hoops I have to jump through change over time. So I think the assumption that what is will always be the same, I think is something we haven't seen anywhere else in our lives, and I assume when it comes to burn permits, it's the same.
Councillor Sadhu.
Thank you, and while I agree with my fellow councillor, I'm drawing a blank, Mr. Cressman, Councillor Cressman, bylaws are ever changing, and we do need to make sure we are up to date, especially with fire. I mean, I can understand leaving the legacy permits and not forcing them to pay for new permits, because essentially if you're buying a legacy permit, if you're buying something for life, it should be grandfathered in until you sell the property and the new homeowner comes in, and then they have to go through the new process themselves. I mean, we do have now 2 fire prevention officers, so I think we can use this opportunity to educate legacy holders to just bring them up to par of what the current standards are. However, I can't seem to stomach or swallow having legacy permit holders have to pay a fee for new permits when they initially did buy them, it was, in their minds, something for life. So I guess what I'm debating right now is would that be through a motion or an amendment, or how would that be, or through direction?
Let me just confirm what our deputy clerk would prefer. Staff would be happy if it's an amendment to item 13.1.
So then, yeah, I would raise that we make an amendment to 13.1 for existing legacy holders to, although they have to comply by today's bylaws and standards, but they would not have to pay for new permits.
So just to clarify, this would be what the chief was saying, that they still each year would have to apply so that we know that they're compliant, but there would be no fee for them, correct? Okay, is that clear enough direction for yourself, Chief?
Yes, that's clear.
Okay. Councillor Wilkinson is seconding. Councillor Cressman, did you have a question or comment?
Just through you, Mayor, to the chief, any idea what it cost you to go through the application of the permit?
Through the chair, that was something I was waiting for an opportunity to add in. There is a cost to the township to initiate the purchase, which is $1.78. So I would suggest that through the amendment that cost be covered through the permit rather than, because that's an annual fixed cost. So I would suggest to council that be captured each year instead of the $20 fee. They would pay the cost. Although now I'm thinking about it, we could probably waive that completely. Forget that thought. I think we can get around that. I wasn't prepared to answer that question, but I am now.
Councillor Martin?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, could we just clarify again, what are the costs of the annual burn permits? So what is it that we're waiving, and
Through the chair, you'll be waiving a $20 fee per permit. Less the $1.78, so a net $18.22.
do we, through you, Mayor Salonen, do we have an understanding of how many people it would be that bought them in perpetuity? That's a tough word to say. I actually bought one myself in 1998. I no longer live on that property. I could probably find in my files what that said. It's hard for me to believe that said I will never have to pay any fee. And if we're losing $20 per person when we're trying to find a way of cutting down the tax revenue, cutting down the tax increase, it's hard for me to understand this. Like, to me, it seems like something is being made out of an issue. I don't know. Maybe there are many people that, Councillor Wilkinson, are coming to you. I haven't heard people complain about paying for something and then having to pay again.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, fair point, and I mean, there's a lot of things to that. When we read through the report, it appeared as though there's a regular 600 some odd that are outstanding that we know of and we've approached. I know off the top of my head, there's a few when I was speaking with them on the campaign trail or even just in recent time, they purchased it under the understanding it was in perpetuity. And you know, I suppose it would be somewhat hard to maybe come up with the list as well. I don't know if maybe we need to see more information and what the total framework and approach would look like. But I know that there are folks out there that hold a burn permit that they bought under the understanding it would be in perpetuity X amount of years ago, and for that reason alone have refused to buy an additional or new style burn permit. So I think it's more so just out of respect for that and trying to uncover what the history of it is and why there's a group of folks that are upset about this, because I have heard about this quite a bit.
Councillor Martin?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I defer to your comments, Councillor Wilkinson, and so if there are quite a few people that are concerned about it, I would like to make a friendly amendment, or maybe it's unfriendly, I'm not sure, but it's an amendment to this motion that we defer it, not make a decision tonight, that we have more conversation about this issue, because I'm concerned about the loss in revenue if we're not having that income. And I'm also concerned about an attitude. If our fire prevention officers are going to people and saying, this is not an acceptable substance to burn, and people are saying, I'm going to burn it anyway. I realize we've not had a forest fire in Wilmot Township, but as our climate changes, what is the risk? And so if people are not willing to follow our bylaws around burning, seems to me that we're putting ourselves at risk. And so I'm concerned about a larger issue that it could be. Maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. I don't know, but...
I think those are valid questions. So, Councillor Martin, I'm hearing that you have a motion to defer then.
So my motion would be that we would defer this issue until we can have more information from staff, I guess to you, Chief Leeson, and that we maybe look at the revenue and also look at the enforcement or the what's the word, following the rules, adhering to. So enforcement and adhering to before we make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder then to defer? Seconded by Councillor Cressman. We will need a time. I mean, that can just be a quarter, and I'd maybe look to the chief as to when you think it would be appropriate for your staff to be able to bring back this information.
I think we can bring it back in second quarter and bring additional information back to council.
So Councillor Martin, I'd look to you as the mover. Is second quarter suitable for you for time and place on this? Good for Councillor Cressman. Councillor Wilkinson, we can only talk about time and place now that it's deferral, but yes.
Through the chair, I would like to define when in the second quarter this is coming back. Because second quarter could mean June, right?
I'll look to the chief again.
Let's go with the first council meeting in May. I'm not sure of the date, but if you can give
That would
us
be May 6th.
May 6th, that would be, if that's fair.
Is that suitable for everyone? Okay. I believe that that's fair for everyone. So we will be voting then to defer this matter pending additional information from staff coming back on May the 6th. All of those in favor? All of those opposed? And that is defeated. So we're back to debating the topic before us, which is the amendment that we allow the legacies not to pay but have to update their permit just without the fee. Are there any other comments or questions on that at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that is also defeated. I guess then it's to be received for information at this point. So we will have to come back to that though, because it was pulled from the consent agenda and we do currently have the recommendation of 13.3 still on consent agenda, but I will go to 13.2. I believe Councillor Wilkinson, you wanted to speak on that.
Thank you. Through the chair, to Director Mullen, I appreciate the report you put together here summarizing the changes that Kitchener intends to pursue. That does abut directly against Ward 2, and I know that in looking at it, one other thought came to mind, and that's regarding some of the requests from residents on Waldau Crescent. There's been some complaints from their end regarding speeding. Since we are looking at this road through Kitchener and Waldau's directly off Trussler, I'm wondering, is it possible that we could look at adding speed bumps on Waldau as well to help slow down some of the traffic coming down that hill?
Through you, Mayor, that's a conversation we can have with Kitchener. I will note that this is obviously on a boundary road. So this is, this part of the project anyways is entirely led and will be funded by the City of Kitchener. I will note that if we are looking at traffic calming, I think just from a very basic staff level, without having gone through a full detailed review of what the issue is, but being a dead-end road, I would highly suspect that we would not recommend speed bumps in this location. But we can have the conversation with Kitchener and see what, what transpires there.
Any other questions or comments on item 13.2, councillors? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. And Director Mullenhouse, maybe this isn't the right time to ask this, but while you were talking about Trussler Road, I was wondering if there was any kind of mention to have some kind of traffic intervention at the 7-8 Trussler Road cutoff, which I keep waiting for somebody to get T-boned in that intersection when I'm waiting to make my turn. So I'm just wondering if your discussions on Trussler, if that had ever come up.
Through you, Mayor, no. So this is specific to our boundary road portion, which is between Ira Needles by the roundabout and the Highland Road, Kitchener Road.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on item 13.2, councillors? Okay, seeing none. So the recommendation on the floor, already moved and seconded, is that the consent agenda item 13.3 be approved. If there's no questions or comments and no one wants to pull that one, we will vote on that, and then we will do the two other parts that were pulled. Okay, seeing no comments, all those in favor, and that carries unanimously. And we will do items 13.1 and 13.2 together, and it would be that consent agenda items 13.1 and 13.2 be approved. All those in favor? And that carries, Councillor, okay, yes. Sorry, Councillor Dunstall, I see your hand now. That carries unanimously. Very good. On to our reports for this evening. We have report 14.1, and the recommendation is that council approve zone change application 0124 made by 1276 Wilby Inc. and the planning partnership affecting 2 agricultural properties collectively having the municipal address of 1276 Wilby Road. To 1, define a bunkhouse as a building or part of a building used for the temporary accommodation of seasonal farm workers, provided such accommodations did not serve as the principal place of residence of an occupant, and the bunkhouse is located on the farm of which the seasonal workers are employed. 2, permit a 1-story, 3-unit bunkhouse with a floor area of 241.5 square meters within a defined area on the subject lands to provide housing for a maximum of 18 seasonal farm workers. 3, to allow 1 2-story additional dwelling detached having a maximum lot coverage of 134.5 square meters, and to allow the unit to be located closer to the street line than the residential building to which it is accessory. And 4, to limit residential use on the combined agricultural parcel to 1 residential building, single detached, that may include an additional dwelling unit attached, 1 additional dwelling unit detached, and 1 bunkhouse, and to limit their location to a defined area on the subject lands. To get this on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Cressman. I will now turn it over to our Manager of Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. So this application was before council at a public meeting on February 12th. At that time, the application was highlighted. Essentially, the owner of these 2 properties wishes to use the combined parcel for an intensive fruit farming operation, and to accommodate the preparation of the site and the long-term operation of that farm to provide accommodation for farm workers, some permanent, some seasonal. So the application deals with 2 factors. One is dealing with the additional dwelling unit regulations of the current zoning bylaw. Essentially, you're allowed to have 3 units on a property by right, 2 units in one building, 1 unit in another. And essentially, this application proposes to change the size and orientation of those units, but essentially keeps it as is with 3 units. The second component is something that isn't currently contained in the zoning bylaw, and that is bunkhouse to provide seasonal farm labor accommodation. So there are provisions in the Township Official Plan and Regional Official Plan that speak to temporary accommodations for farm workers. And essentially, the official plan provides categories to look at, whether it's appropriate, the location, what the impact on farming is, the need for the type of housing proposed. And essentially, this application, staff would suggest, fits to all the criteria established in the official plan. At the public meeting, there were 2 items that were outstanding. One was additional information just about the viability of the farming operation and the need for housing at this stage of the proposal. And the second part was dealing with the merger of the farms, which had not yet occurred. So with respect to the nature of the operation, the applicant did provide additional information on OMAFRA climate mapping to demonstrate that essentially, where it fits is in line with other operations already occurring. And then specifically provided addresses within Woolwich Township where they currently have similar farming operations that have started, in and around 2019. We did have additional conversations with Woolwich staff, which we had done initially, just to inquire a bit about these farming operations and, where they're at in the process and their feelings in terms of viability, and also what their thoughts are with respect to housing associated with those uses. And ultimately, the conclusion was drawn that, those farming operations are active. They are, valid uses on those properties, and they have established a significant amount of trees that are producing fruit. And to that extent, we do feel comfortable between Woolwich's experiences and the information that was provided from OMAFRA that in fact this is an opportunity for this property. With respect to the timing of the housing and units proposed, at this point, they have existing buildings on the site that they would like to utilize, and they'd like, while they're doing some work, to do it all to have it done. whether they actually occupy all those spaces at this time and whether all those units are needed, it may not be that they're needed immediately, but while they're in there doing work, it's appropriate to do all of the work at once. So from that standpoint, the location of the buildings sufficiently back from the property, from the road rather, they're really not impeding the use of any other adjacent properties and really seem to be minor in terms of the overall area that they're located in. The last remaining item then was with respect to the merger of the properties, and the applicant did include information that showed that there would be substantial financial impacts in merging the properties because of their ownership at this point, tax implications. So ultimately, at the end of the day, the idea is to ensure that this farming operation farms together, and also by applying zoning regulations that they don't apply to both properties if they were to sell them down the road. So given the financial impacts, staff suggest that that's a valid reason we should look at other options to allow this to proceed without merger at this point. And so the zoning regulations that are proposed would tie all of the residential uses to one area on one property. So they could turn around and sell one half of the property in the future, but the regulations would prohibit them from building any homes on that site. So the benefit in doing that may not exist. So it's a bit of a workaround staff feel is appropriate. And ultimately, the nature of housing, the type of farming operation is something that we hope is fruitful in this location. Ultimately, we do feel comfortable with what's being proposed and the framework of the zoning to see this move forward appropriately.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Councillors, we do have a delegate, but before that, do you have any technical questions or comments of Councillor Martin? Sorry, I'm getting you two mixed up here, Manager Martin. Councillor Cressman, I see you have a question.
Through you, Mayor, to Manager Martin, I had one question as it relates to, I think I read somewhere, and my memory isn't what it once was, the proviso that if fruit wasn't being produced, that the bunkhouse couldn't be occupied. Is that correct? Is that, did I read that somewhere?
Through Mayor Solomon, it's not quite worded that way, but essentially the way the bunkhouse definition is worded is it's only housing for the operation of a farm in that location. So if they weren't farming, then they can't occupy it. So it just can't be a typical rental accommodation. It's limited to farming uses.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair to Manager Martin, you did mention in the report that there's a slight modification of the bylaw regarding the placement of units. I think you'd mentioned that secondary units are typically located in behind primary units. In this case, it's sort of being flip-flopped because I think you suggested the larger unit will become the primary and then a secondary unit will become the house which is closest to the road, which is not typical. Is this sort of a one-time exemption, or are we potentially setting the wrong precedent here moving forward?
Through you, Mayor Solomon, I think in this case, we're not really setting a precedent. Every application can be looked at upon its own merits. So the accessory unit regulations really are geared primarily towards within urban and rural settlement areas where we're dealing with a neighborhood, and the intent is that the secondary unit, be at the rear of a lane or behind a home, those sorts of things. But they do, by extension, apply to all properties. In this case, because of its size, the units are so far back from the road, you wouldn't really distinguish between the two of them. So in terms of its implications and saying this is setting a precedent across the board, I'd say if it is, it's maybe not setting a precedent that it would be negative, because in a similar farming operation somewhere else, it may be appropriate to look at that. And so applications through variances or through zoning amendments in this case allow that opportunity to give consideration to the specific merits of an application.
Any other questions or comments on this, councillors? Okay, seeing none, like I said, we do have one registered delegation for this item, and that they are attending on behalf of the agent of the applicant, so they'll be given 10 minutes to speak, and I will invite Brandon Simon up on behalf of 1276 Wilby Inc. and the Planning Partnership to address council. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Brandon, and you're welcome to begin.
Thank you very much. Good evening, members of council, staff, members of the public. I'll keep this very brief. I was obviously here, as Mr. Martin mentioned, about a month ago to provide kind of the initial introduction of what's proposed here, and want to thank staff for working with us to fine-tune the approach to the zoning here. As Mr. Martin mentioned, it's a bit of a unique situation given that we're looking to essentially reuse two existing now vacant buildings, so no new building at all, and the owner has consented to the approach which staff has suggested, which is now no more permission for any other residential uses anywhere on either property. And in fact, there's also now a map in the zoning bylaw amendment that says this is where all of those three kind of permitted residential units, uses can go, and that's to really belt and suspender this around the existing buildings in that existing location behind the existing single detached dwellings. So I concur with Mr. Martin that this bylaw has been very appropriately crafted to recognize this unique situation, and also to include language as discussed that requires that only workers who are working on the farm on this property are able to reside in those units on a seasonal basis for the one bunkhouse. So again, want to thank staff for working with us to find an alternative approach that did not require the formal lot merger. The applicant's very eager and excited to move forward with this. It's a very passion project for him and his family. So it's a big vote of confidence to allow him to move forward with a very significant investment to move forward with the orchard, knowing that there is permission in place for these units. And as Mr. Martin suggested, the idea, of course, is get the work done, but obviously the units will only be occupied when they need to be so, and that'll be as kind of work begins and the orchard kind of matures over time. So once again, I want to thank staff for working with us on this, and I'm more than happy to answer any other questions that council may have.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Any questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, through you, Mayor. I reached out to a tender fruit specialist at Vineland that works for Omafra to understand black knot tolerance. There are some varieties that have been developed. She also indicated that European and Japanese cultivars are used in plum orchards, and that caution should be expressed as it relates to frost dates, from killing blooms, etc. So there is risks associated when you have an orchard in the Niagara region and two orchards here in Woolwich and now one eventually in Wilmot, and there are risks associated with that. But there's always risks in farming, and I was a beef farmer and I know all about it. So.
Very good. Any other questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I did have a question regarding the trees themselves. From the moment they're planted, roughly how long do you anticipate the maturity will be? When can you start operations with regards to actually picking the fruit?
If I will indulge council, the owner applicant is also in attendance and can speak a bit more directly to kind of the actual agricultural process. Jelko Pritz, I'll just invite him up here to speak to that.
Good evening. Through Chairman, to you, Councillor Wilkinson. It depends on variety and how land is the suitable, of course, fertilizer, how much fertilizer we put. But first fruit we will be receiving around 30 years, and full bear will be between 5 and 6 years. And in that property we're expecting around roughly 150 tons of the blue plums.
Good. Any other questions or comments then, councillors? Well, thank you very much both for coming up, and I look forward to having plums in Wilmot soon. So, councillors, if there's no other questions or comments at this time, I will call the vote. All of those in favor? And that carries unanimously. All right. On to item number 14.2. And this one is a bit of a long recommendation, but I will read it. And the recommendation is that council endorse the proposed year-round and seasonal parking restrictions on Carmel Kosh Road, Wilmot Line, and Burlett's Road, the speed reductions and heavy truck prohibition on Wilmot Line, as well as the traffic calming measures proposed for the intersections of Wilmot Line and Wideman Road as outlined in DS 2024-05, and that staff be directed to update the traffic and parking bylaw as required, and that council adopt official plan amendment number 12 to change the designation of a portion of the subject properties from rural areas to ecological conservation area, and direct staff to forward official plan amendment number 12 to the Region of Waterloo for approval, and that council approve zone change application 01-23 made by the Snyder Family and Rare Charitable Research Reserve, affecting lands with the municipal address of 567 Wilmot Line, 585 Wilmot Line, and 1236 Carmel Kosh Road, to 1, rezone the lands proposed to be transferred to Rare Charitable Research Reserve from Zone 1 agricultural to Zone 11 open space, prohibiting buildings and structures and limiting uses to the following: A, wildlife sanctuary; B, farming but not including the raising or maintaining of livestock, fur farming, fish farming, or greenhouse farming with agricultural use areas illustrated within the conservation easement in favor of the township, GRCA, or region. C, uses set out in the conservation easement in favor of the township, GRCA, or region, provided such uses are not less restrictive than those used set out in the zoning. Number 2, reduce the minimum lot area and frontage requirements for each of the retained lots as following: A, for 567 Wilmot Line, the area of 5.6 hectares and frontage of 88 meters. B, for lot 585 Wilmot Line, area of 1.2 hectares and frontage of 135 meters. And C, for 1236 Carmel Kosh Road, a 4.9 hectares and frontage of 140 meters. To get this on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. And I will now invite back up our Manager of Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Martin, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Solomon. So these applications before you, official plan amendment and zone change application, were considered at a public meeting in May of 2023. The applications that are being considered, the official plan amendment proposes to change the designation of lands proposed to be donated to the Rare Charitable Research Reserve from their current rural designation to a ecological conservation designation, essentially removing the ability that may exist in a rural designation for, a home to be built or active agricultural operation to be established, essentially providing official plan provisions to further protect the long-term use of those lands for preservation. The zoning application contains 2 parts. The first part, in line with the official plan application, proposes to change the donation lands zoning from agricultural to an open space zoning, where a wildlife sanctuary and other conservation uses would be permitted, but development of buildings, structures, and other agricultural uses that are currently permitted would be prohibited. And then the second component of that zone change application is to deal with the resulting lot sizes for what would essentially be estate residential lots. There's existing homes on those 3 properties. By donating the lands to Rare, it essentially creates smaller non-farm lots. And so the zoning application would deal with the lot area and frontage for those properties. At the time of the public meeting, there were some outstanding comments from the Region of Waterloo with regards to justification of the lot areas for those retained lots, and also just the whether there would be a need for an environmental impact study to be completed. Since May, those issues have been resolved. The region has identified that they're satisfied with the applications and did not have any concerns with them proceeding. Ultimately, an official plan amendment application, if adopted by the Township of Wilmot, would require final approval from the Region of Waterloo, as the Region of Waterloo is the approval authority for official plan amendments for the Township of Wilmot. The report does provide, significant amount of information and background on the applications. Ultimately, the outstanding issue that appears to have provided a lot of press and communication is with respect to parking. And ultimately, at the time of the public meeting in May, staff had suggested that it would be appropriate for a use of land to provide its own parking and not rely on on-street parking. With township staff had engaged with the insurance pool, and issues were raised with respect to the safety and liability with respect to on-street parking. So ultimately, there are other uses of a similar nature that require, seasonal intensive uses that do require parking on their own site. So thinking of a farm operation that, might sell pumpkins during that time of year, there's an intensive need for parking, and most times of the year they can park along the side of the road in small areas without issue, but during those times they open up an area of their field to provide safe parking for people. So similarly, in this instance, staff had suggested that it would be appropriate to look for a location for perhaps a small parking facility that would address probably 95% of the parking needs for the site, but during those intensive times where the weather is ideal for skiing, we see a significant amount of visitors and parking on the road, and to provide a space for overflow parking off the road would be an ideal situation. So that was a discussion that was ongoing for some time, and it was clear that there wasn't an interest on the side of the applicants to pursue that sort of arrangement. So then what the municipality is left with is addressing liability. So there's liability with respect to parking on the road. We do hear that this has been going for many years, but there's a lot of things that happen. But when an application highlights a situation, brings light to a situation, and further investigation is completed, we need to address the matter at hand. So with respect to things that may have occurred in the past, it doesn't mean it continues to be the appropriate method to deal with the situation. So from that perspective, ultimately there isn't an ideal situation for winter parking in the location of Carmel Cook Road without impacting road operations and road safety. There may not have been an incident to date, but that's not to say that tomorrow there wouldn't be. And if there were, without having addressed that appropriately, the municipality would be opened up to liability. So the solution, without being able to provide an off-site parking scenario in this case, would be to figure out how to address liability. And really, the way to do that is to prohibit parking in this area. There may still be opportunities to provide parking on site. Other property owners may be willing to open up areas to provide parking to get people a safe location in the area. But from a municipal liability perspective, the intent is to remove parking during winter months and in areas where there is currently parking in the summer when there isn't snow taking up the shoulder and there's room to park off the side of the road. There are a couple of areas that can occur, and the way the proposal is for traffic changes, or rather parking changes, would be to continue to allow that in the summer months when snow clearing isn't of issue. The other aspect then is with respect to parking. Waterloo has made it clear that they don't have concerns with parking on Wideman Road, but people parking on Wideman Road are required to cross Wilmot Line to get to this property. And so there has been issues raised in the past about speed and safety on Wilmot Line, and certainly then suggesting that it's appropriate for people to cross Wilmot Line without addressing those underlying concerns is of issue. So that's been a long-standing discussion, and Mr. Mullenhouse is certainly here to speak more on behalf of the engineering side of things, as the discussions have happened between the engineering divisions here in Wilmot and the City of Waterloo. But ultimately, the outcome of that is there's an agreeable solution to introduce a three-way stop control at Wideman Road and Wideman Road rather, and Wilmot Line, and to reduce speeds, to eliminate heavy trucks in that area. And ultimately, the intent is to slow people down through that area, provide stop controls where there is an opportunity for people to cross safely, and ultimately, perhaps through providing some of these measures about traffic calming may also eliminate some of that flow-through traffic that occurs there. Garbage trucks, larger trucks, those sorts of things that are occurring already, and people that maybe cut through that area. If it's less convenient, it becomes safer for people in the area, but also they discourage some of that traffic that isn't specific just to those local residents. So ultimately, we feel from a staff perspective that The issue at hand is to address liability with on-street parking, to try to remove that parking discussion from the applications, allow the official plan amendment zoning applications to proceed so that the applicant then pursue their severance application and ultimately the donation, and at this point address the municipal liability concerns. Regardless of whether these applications were to proceed, though, now that those issues have been highlighted, they do need to be addressed. So it isn't really a question of whether improvements need to be completed in terms of speed and traffic controls. That needs to happen now regardless. So the report is worded that way. Some budget implications are provided for council's consideration, but ultimately staff would suggest that we are dealing with two issues. We're drawing them together because they have publicly been drawn together, but ultimately we're dealing with official plan amendment and zoning application and then existing parking and traffic calming measures that need to be addressed from an operations standpoint. But from a staff perspective, we feel that the applications can proceed. We have an opportunity here that can address the municipal liability perspectives and allow the applicants to proceed with their donation. As suggested, opportunities would exist in the future to perhaps provide on-site parking arrangements, or perhaps improvements could be completed to the road down the road, but that does require environmental impact studies and other related costs and procedures involved in doing that. But there are opportunities that could be looked at if there are willing parties from both sides to work together to a solution. But at this point, I'll leave my comments at that, and we're certainly here to answer any further questions. Again, as suggested, if there's discussion specific to the conversation between Waterloo and Wilmot in terms of engineering, Mr. Mullenhouse is here to answer those questions as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin, and thank you to staff for the very comprehensive report on this. I will turn it over to Councillor Wilkinson, then we'll go to Councillor Cressman after that.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll save comments till after we hear from delegations, but in terms of a technical nature, to Director Mullenhouse, and I guess a slight comment, but I do feel that these are suitable to help mitigate the liability. But I'm curious, how fluid is this situation? I mean, are these going to be monitored? What will be monitored? How regular? And is it potentially open to change down the road?
Through you, Mayor, yep. So I just, in terms of commitment to further monitoring, I would suggest that we are more prepared to be able to respond if there are issues noted. I think in the past, we obviously from an engineering perspective, having built up the department over the last few years, we do have the resources now to send staff out and to document and to to have a look at those types of things. I would suggest it's going to be ongoing in terms of monitoring. So if there are issues that arise from or something that we know maybe could benefit and maybe be different, yeah, that would certainly be something that we would continue to monitor and report back if needed, and then we would be able to make some of those changes, at a later date as well.
Okay, follow-up for Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, just one final follow-up quickly here. There was some concerns that potentially came through regarding the truck ban or the heavy truck ban on the roads. Will this potentially impact deliveries? I mean, one that comes to mind is the Carmelite nuns do rely on a heavy truck to deliver their diesel fuel. Is that something that would be impacted, or is it deliveries will be accepted in certain cases?
Through you, Mayor, it will not impact regular deliveries, or we'll say, the regular business if that's the need for specific properties. Really, when you look at heavy truck prohibitions, it really is looking to divert some of those types of vehicles when they have no need to be on those particular roads. And in this case, because it technically would be a local road, it is used as a cut through. And the challenging situation there. So with that, the heavy truck prohibition would be, pushing trucks away that would not have a regular business purpose for that road.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Director Mullenhouse as well. I know I traversed this area, Carmel Cook, Wilmot Line, Burlette Road twice last week, primarily gathering additional information because it is an area that I traverse up to Heidelberg and west end of Waterloo for parts for my farming operation. And I'm wondering, currently there is no parking on the south side of Carmel Cook Road. There seems to be new signs erected, bigger ones, some older, smaller ones. But when there's cars on the north side in a snowstorm, is there adequate space for a plow to get through there and clear the road? Because that is the township's responsibility for the residents in the area.
Through you, Mayor. So there's a very small section at the trailhead, a very small section where cars, can at least get outside of the lane, the traveled portion of the lane, but is a very limited and small section. The remainder of that stretch of Carmel Cook, if you were taking, data out there, you'd see a pavement width of 6.5 meters or 7 meters, and then no shoulder. So there really isn't any room off the traveled portion for cars to safely park, and it would impact operations, certainly with respect to deviating around vehicles, but also with snow storage too. That's the other challenge with parking on the road, that when we do see those situations and we are trying to operate, sometimes what happens is the snow gets pushed but not into a ditch like it should be, and then you have that challenge of snow that is stuck on the road. So it's so when you look at on-street parking and the width that we have on Carmel Cook, it is very limited and there's not a great opportunity. However, there is a very small portion at that trailhead for limited.
Councillor Martin?
Yeah, just one follow-up. It would appear City of Waterloo has basically done very little to accommodate the needs here. Maybe I'm being critical. Maybe I am. Three-way stop. Do they do anything or any traffic calming on Wilmot Line where Weidman tees in? Is some of the costs going to be covered, but half the costs going to be covered by the City of Waterloo?
Through you, Mayor, maybe just a bit of context as well, just in terms of the process with the city, and I can provide that to you in addition to a direct answer for your question. So just in terms of the background, so we've been dealing with the City of Waterloo for, I think you said May was the date, but we've been having a back and forth with the city staff on potential options. So we've looked at a number of different options, and we looked at some extensive traffic calming options. We've looked at potential to close portions of the road. We've looked at a number of different alternatives. And the always stop and the speed reduction and the heavy truck prohibition is really what we landed on in terms of agreement. Our focus was on Wilmot Line and specifically on those impacts as a result of it being a boundary road that's shared. So that really was the bulk of the work over the latter half of 23 and into early 24. In addition to working directly with them, obviously the city has a much deeper traffic calming group and traffic transportation planning group that was helpful in this process, just looking at standards and stuff like that might apply. So they certainly have been very helpful in the back and forth and trying to get to a solution here. To answer your question, yes, they are looking at sharing under our boundary agreement. They are looking at sharing the cost of specific costs of Wilmot Line, works on Wilmot Line. So that is something that would be shared 50-50.
Councillor Martin now.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I first want to say I appreciate Councillor Wilkinson, your question. You beat me to it. I like what you said in terms of your word fluid, because that's part of my question as well, and I'm very interested in what the delegations have to say. I think there may be some comments on that in terms of the proposed plan. I'm certainly not a traffic expert. I do have some further thoughts and questions about the proposal and the speed limit, and so I'm just wondering if we approve this tonight to you, Director Mollenhouse, or maybe Manager Martin, can we make some changes later instead of investing too much money, but we still deal with the liability and the safety issues, can we maybe in 6 months' time make some changes to this plan, or could we have some ongoing conversations? I'm not seeing spots where people can park for cross-country skiing other than walking a great distance, except for some parking on Weidman Road. And so I'm just wondering, how can we help people for next winter? Maybe there'll be more snow this winter, who knows? So that's part of my question, is technical. I don't necessarily need an answer now, except this word, your word, fluid. Just wondering about that in terms of the ongoing, because I'd like to see this go through. I'd like to see the land donation happen. I want us to address the liability and safety, but I'm also wondering, the proposal for tonight, is that the best plan for the next number of years?
Through you, Mayor. As far as, I guess, just monitoring and reporting back, and I guess what our expectation is from a staff level. So we look at sort of a phased approach, and I think that's outlined fairly well in terms of phase one being what we're proposing in this report. We had looked at a second phase, an interim phase in between when we actually will initiate the environmental assessment to look directly at Wilmot Line. That expectation for the EA is in 2026. So what I would suggest is over the next few years that we would be keeping a very close eye on what occurs here, and similar to what language from the City of Waterloo, that the preference is that we monitor the situation, and if we need to work together with RARE or with the city to come to a reasonable solution for any issues that come forward, then we would use that time to do that. But in terms of a phased approach, we are looking at, like I said, the phase one being this implementation. Phase two has a potential for additional traffic calming measures that we had talked about, specific to Weidman and Wilmot Line, which may include things like speed tables and that type of thing in advance of the EA, but that's certainly something to be considered over time. If there are issues and we foresee some of these as the next 2 years go on, we're certainly open to dialogue and to continued monitoring. And if we need to address it with RARE and with the City of Waterloo, then we're committed to doing that.
Any other technical questions at this time, councillors, for staff? Okay, seeing none, we do have 8 delegates registered on this topic this evening. Everyone will be given 7 minutes to speak. And our first delegate is going to be Heather Begg. Heather, thank you for joining us. And not a problem. Very good. Thank you for joining us, Heather. And like I said, you will have 7 minutes for your delegation once you begin.
Whenever you say start. Okay. Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Salonen and councillors, for allowing the community to present themselves and listening to our heartfelt presentations. Of my 106 issues I'd come up with, I'd be glad to only focus on a few. As seen in this photo, from where I am standing, there is room for 12 cars, and having to double that for people to back out, and a laneway needed to get in. This is not just a tiny parking lot compared to most trailheads that have parking. It is massive. I was horrified, worrying that it might be destined for this prime wetland habitat on Carmel Cook Road, mallard and muskrat there the other day. Next. After all Snyder's road edges, as you can see, are either wetland as evidenced by the cattails and red osier dogwood, or solid trees at all road edges with the exception of building property frontages that are to be severed away from the Snyders. When asked where there was parking lot to be, I found out there was no particular destination proposed. It was a blanket statement. It was clear there must have been much difficulty coming up with any particular suitable location to put a parking lot. Next. Various places were suggested by planners like the Wilmot Line entrance that by the upper left photo we're cutting into a hillside and creating erosion is not a safe place to park. As Snyder's #1 birder, at both these entrances I've had rare birds including crossbills, evening grosbeaks, various owl species including one nicknamed swamp owl and ruffed grouse. The steep laneway as on the right photos is a dangerous blind corner, leading into not just a field where ground nesting birds are listed under the Species at Risk Act. In desperation, if everything is wetland, woods, dangerous, it was suggested that a non-Snyder's property was a solution for a parking lot, such as in the bottom left photo across the road from Wilmot Line. Again, a solid wetland with cattails. With Laurel Creek's headwaters within Snyder's property, GRCA wouldn't approve parking on any wetland property. Next. Regarding line of sight, all entrances in Wideman are totally straight and mostly flat, like here, for example, at Carmel Cook Wetland. The skiers' entrance at The skiers' entrance at Carmel Cock has a total in either direction of either 0.7 of a kilometer of clear line of sight, flat and straight. Next. Wideman Wilmot, totally straight, but with hills somewhat close, I'm sort of okay with proposed stop signs. I also suggest a hiker's sign and those grid lines, when you come to the stop at a base of a hill, as well as other traffic calming considerations. Next. Carmel Cock Wetland pull-off is a question I'd like to ask about at the end. Next. One had to ask, was there really even a need for a parking lot? Will not like to compare this to other sizable trailhead lots that they have, of which Petersburg Hydro Corridor where cyclists unload their bikes are both directly beside railway tracks, with the other side one at a dump entrance. Next. Or likened to a farm with far parking, perhaps Shantz Farms, where it is a place of business, sells pumpkins out of its patch, which according to Wilmot's General Regulations Bylaw 6.12.4, the only places that require parking is a place of business or where there's a building, farmhouse. Walker's Woodland Trails, not the one that has roadside parking, but the other one is in the middle of a subdivision. Next. Gibney parking, too, is dangerous, given it is at the tallest hill in southwestern Ontario. None of these parallelisms apply to Snyder's. Next. Of Rare's 5 properties, some have parking lots because they have buildings, and unlike their other properties, they have roadside parking. Langdon and Whistlebear, dead quiet. Also, 4 of 5 Rare's properties don't have website presence, with no mention, no map, no trailheads, nor trail posted. And so Snyder's lack of web presence may be continued too. If you include Snyder's, 75% of Wilmot's rural trailheads are roadside parking. Next. Based on my study of 100 rural regional trailheads, most, i.e. 63% of them, were roadside parking. And of the remaining that did have lots, 13 were the size of 12 spaces. And all but one of the last 24 were built because they had buildings or to avoid parking beside a bridge, railway tracks, very steep hills, not like Snyder's. Many lots are owned by the region or municipality or GRCA, not by a private owner such as Snyder's or Rare, where the Occupiers Liability Act, they are absolved of liability. There had not been an accident or incident in all the 40 years of this property being kindly open to visitors. So I conducted a few traffic studies, mostly 30 to 40 minutes, and to my surprise, Carmel Cock was dead to the world. For 3 studies, I had to wait 4, 7, and 9 minutes on average for a car to go by during rush and non-rush hour, respectively. Only passenger vehicles was seen. These are not safety concerns here. Wilmot's entrance at Wideman had to wait 70 to 96 seconds on average for a car to go by. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, you catch my drift. I propose, return to slide 7, please. I propose for Carmel Cock at the wetland, given how dead traffic is and how it's near a stop sign where people are driving slow and maybe only a couple of cars on average parked there, and it is on a straightaway and there isn't a hill, and especially as there's a pull-off for about 7 cars where you don't even have to cross the road, that's an area where you do not ban winter parking at that section of the road. At the last council meeting regarding the statues, council suggested that things are held off until one listens to the community, and that perhaps it would be considered that instead of the statues to focus on things that do Wilmot proud. As evidenced by at least 40 all supportive letters and people here tonight and in the paper, I can't think of a more outstanding member of Wilmot community as Jane Snyder, passing along her enthusiasm for nature and conservation and having built a friendly community neighborhood. The Snyders, with their ski poles in hand, they deserve a statue. Given the Snyders by allowing the Avon Trail system through their property, such that half of the year is associated with hiking and the other half with skiing, do you really want to take away 50% of a long-standing tradition skiing near Snyder's, which, to be truthful, the roadside doesn't even abut Snyder's property, and taking away access for skiers' neighbors across the street and down. So unfair. And with climate change, skiing may no longer be possible with these mild winters. All for a 1 in a million chance of an accident where they probably wouldn't even sue the township. Maybe some drunk driver or careless driver, but not the township for allowing roadside parking on a quiet street that's flat, straightaway. So I propose that you do not cut off access to one of its prominent trailheads and neighbors by imposing a winter parking ban. If anything, speed bumps and signage should suffice on this quiet winter road. Your ban, too, will funnel skiers to the Wilmot entrance, a much sensitive ecological area. Thankfully, you've come around to non-parking solutions and you hope to reconsider Carmel Cox's winter parking ban by instead having traffic calming. Let's hope that this vote goes through quickly to approve the severance and land change, as not just Jane's problems need solving, but Rare too has been having to ask for extension on valuable grant money due to holdouts. Please, Jane Snyder deserves a world of appreciation by making Wilmot proud. I think the community agrees. Listen to the people, listen to your heart, and do what you know is right.
Thank you very much, Heather. Sorry?
I do have a question just about pull-offs, if that is included in if you have a parking ban, then the pull-off at Carmel Cox, as you can see here, what happens if you do a roadside parking ban? Would the pull-off be excluded?
I would look to staff. I don't know if we have an answer present at this time. Director Molyneux?
Through you, Mayor, I assume you mean at the trailhead location?
Yes, like here. You can see how there's a pull-off. So if you put no roadside parking, what about people who are parking at the pull-off?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that's correct. The ban, the prohibition would include that space.
Okay. I hope that you're open to my two proposals. They're two separate ones for the two portions of Carmel Cox.
Thank you very much, Heather, for your delegation. Councillors, any questions or comments of the delegate? Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor, I guess the question is, you didn't present a solution to plowing snow on township roads where cars are parked.
Well, I don't know. I did notice that this one area was already plowed, and it's a pull-off. I'm not a snow plower, so no, I don't know how to address that, but I think given how quiet it is, for example, if you park on one side of the road and people slow down, you park on both sides of the road, people almost come to a complete stop before you funnel through. So I don't know how to address your question, if that helps.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Thank you. Through the chair, Heather, I do appreciate your delegation this evening. Thank you. And I would agree with you that, yes, the lands need to be protected, and the Schneiders should be applauded for what they're attempting to do here for conservation purposes. I will say the only point where I will disagree with you is when we talk about liability, a 1 in a million chance is still one I'm not willing to put the township in. I don't think that's a fair position to put taxpayers and citizens in that position down the road. So this is the only way to mitigate liability. In order for this to happen, I'd rather have that liability mitigated, but I appreciate everything else you said.
It's like the beet farmer, 1 in a million. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments for Heather at this time, councillors? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Heather, for joining us this evening. I will now invite up our next delegate, and that is Stephanie Sobak-Swant, on behalf of Rare Charitable Research and Reserve. Stephanie, you know the drill, you'll have 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. Dear Madam Mayor, Your Worship, dear Council, we are grateful to Township staff for their hard work these past couple of months to find a solution to move our application forward. We are also thankful for their recommendation for Council to approve the zoning and official plan amendment application before you, so that the severances of the Schneider Woods properties and the generous donation of these ecologically highly significant lands can proceed. We are also grateful to Wilmot Township Council and staff for their support to make conservation a priority, and hope that we will see a positive outcome to everyone's efforts tonight. We see a positive vote as the start of a great relationship between Rare, the township, and the local community. We are humbled by the support this donation has received from the community and honored by the trust the Schneider family has put in us to steward these lands for the benefit of all of us. We are excited to work with the community, Wilmot Township, and the City of Waterloo to ensure that these lands remain healthy and a benefit to local residents. Schneider's Woods is a haven for nature, a source of clean air and water, and critical to the sustainability of the region, including passive recreation. As with any good proposal and conclusion, I think there's always room for growth. The time to commit to protecting these natural lands and to approve the zoning and OPA application is today. We feel that the road safety measures proposed are a good start for more discussion and feedback from the community who is most affected by these changes. For example, we feel that Berlitz Road is out of scope for this project, given that no public entrances to Schneider Woods are on Berlitz Road. Based on the staff report, it seems that some improvements to roadside parking are cost prohibitive, and I want to offer that we would gladly work with you in raising the funds for the project. While we appreciate and are most grateful for any financial support that comes from the township directly, it's not our expectation that the township needs to solely carry the cost of any such changes. I have a competent fundraising team behind me that would be willing to liaise with various funders so that we can contribute to finding the best solution that serves the community, and we would be delighted to collaborate with you in this regard. So we hope that a positive vote by Wilmot Township Council tonight moves our relationship forward as partners in conservation for the sustainable stewardship of these treasured and beloved lands, now and for the future. We thank you and the Schneider family and the City of Waterloo for your patience and for your support, and we thank the community who will carry these lands into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Councillor Wilkinson?
Thank you. Through the chair, Stephanie, thank you for appearing this evening. And just as a brief comment there, I do want to express a thank you for the offer to potentially help looking at collaborative ways to fund some of these changes. That's much appreciated.
No, absolutely. We have some ideas in mind, and we can talk after.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, and again, I like what you're saying, Councillor Wilkinson. I agree, Stephanie. Thank you for coming, and thank you for that offer in terms of contributing, because I guess it would be my interest, if we are able to approve this tonight, could we still could we continue to work on parking solutions over time to maybe see what can be done to improve it? So I appreciate your presence, and I think that's good.
Very good. Any other questions or comments for Stephanie? Thank you very much, Stephanie, for joining us, and thank you on behalf of the Township for RARE's work on this. Our next delegate is Kevin Thomason, and Kevin, you also know the drill. You've been here before. You have 7 minutes. Thanks for joining us this evening.
You got it. Honorable Mayors, Councillors, and guests, my name is Kevin Thomason. I live at 1115 Cedar Grove Road in Wilmot on Sunfish Lake, adjacent to the Schneider's lands. For years, I've helped to protect the environment and steward nature in the spectacular Laurel Creek Headwaters environmentally sensitive landscape that we are so lucky to have in our township. It is good to see this latest Wilmot staff report that removes the requirement for a parking lot that has been such a challenging issue. It would have been extremely difficult to create a parking lot in such a hilly, forested, and ecologically sensitive area. Worse yet, it would have focused too many visitors and too much human impact on only one area, when the Schneiders have had at least 8 entrances spanning several kilometers over the extensive trail network to help spread people out over this vast area and limit human impacts. After so many years of efforts, time is running out, and we must do all that we can to ensure this donation succeeds and these lands are protected forever. However, this latest staff report released on Wednesday is requiring many significant changes to area roads that are extremely troubling to many area residents. It is felt that many of these newly proposed changes are too extreme, confusing, defy logic, are overly punitive, and will make some things more dangerous rather than safer, actually increasing issues and township liability. Other residents have no clue that these significant changes are being proposed to area roads that could even be approved tonight, that will dramatically alter speed limits, remove parking for local residents with no alternative parking options at their homes, and create new dangerous situations that they will have to navigate daily for years to come. Most municipalities communicate far more less extensive changes than these, with letters to every area resident explaining the proposed changes, hold open houses and community meetings, and seek extensive public input and feedback to arrive at the optimal plan for everyone. There seems to be 3 alternatives at this point. One, approve this staff report tonight and force through these expensive, concerning changes, whether they make sense or not, and then try to deal with the dangers, confusions, and new liabilities in the years ahead. Two, split the Schneider land donation away from the road issues and deal with each on a separate timeline over the weeks ahead to ensure these deadlines are successfully met. Or three, see if the following community suggestions to provide the simple, consistent, logical, and cost-effective solutions needed to address the issues and get it right enough now to keep everything moving forward immediately. Next slide, please. These suggestions include making all area roads within the Laurel Creek headwaters environmentally sensitive landscape a consistent 50 kilometers an hour speed limit, rather than the confusing 40, 50, 60, and 80 kilometer an hour speeds proposed in the staff report. Putting no parking zones in only the areas that pose a significant safety hazard. Improving roadside parking areas at several entrances to the Schneider's Trail, helping to distribute visitors widely year-round and avoiding overuse and degradation of nature. Removal of the very dangerous proposed three-way stop sign intersection at the Wilmot Line and Wideman Road that would have such limited sight lines, a huge blind area, and create a myriad of issues, be it trying to stop on hilly, icy roads or not having the momentum to make it up the hill in wintry conditions. Such an intersection could provide a false sense of security to pedestrians trying to cross the road while creating numerous new issues, particularly if paving and salting that would destroy adjacent wetlands is needed, or nighttime illumination would be required, as the staff report suggests, in such an ecologically sensitive area that has bald eagles nesting within just a few hundred feet of this intersection. There is broad community sentiment that many drivers would only ever come to a rolling stop at best at the stop signs such as this on a remote rural gravel road, and there could be some drivers who would blow right through it, creating significant danger for pedestrians expecting cars to be stopping. Instead, a far safer, simpler, and less problematic solution to get people across the road would be an installation of a pedestrian crosswalk across the Wilmot Line in the nearby flat open area just a few hundred feet to the south with far safer sight lines and no hidden blind area to get people across the road. Another recommendation is for a consistent heavy truck prohibition on all area roadways, not just the Wilmot Line that has already been a no-truck route for years. I'll also note that as much as these solutions are proposed to immediately enable the Schneider donation and help protect these amazing lands, there is still a long-term vision needed for this entire landscape. In the coming years, there will be thousands of new people moving into the west side subdivisions of Waterloo, and the Waterloo employment lands will add over 7,000 jobs within walking distance of the ESL. Traffic has more than tripled in this area in the past 10 years, and an environmental assessment seeking solutions is already budgeted for 2026. We will need to figure out how better to protect this nature, groundwater aquifers, endangered species, wetlands, and streams, how to deal with significant amounts of new traffic, and if the automobile will continue to be paramount, trumping all other priorities and issues. We'll also need to figure out how to safely enable cycling and active transportation trails to better connect the nearby regional forest, these Schneider's lands, hundreds of acres of nearby city-owned forest, and the Laurel Creek Conservation Area. We have to find the long-term solutions that will carefully balance nature, people, resources, and ensure these areas thrive for future generations. In conclusion, time is of the essence, and I hope the Council will be prepared tonight to amend the staff report with the appropriate motions to either separate the land donation from the road issues so that each can be dealt with on separate timelines, or that these suggestions on this revised map, based on community feedback so far, will be implemented with these changes that are simpler, cheaper, more consistent, logical, far less negatively impactful for area residents, and safer for everyone. However, most paramount, please do all that you can to ensure this land donation succeeds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We'll go to Councillor Cressman.
Kevin, I certainly would agree with the fact that we need to see this move forward. Yes. We have to preserve this pristine land. I go up Burlett's Road ever since my sister had a farm up there. Yep. And I see the development north of Burlett's Road in Upland Woodlot. I see that large estate lots being cleared. I see all the development around Sunfish Lake and see what what has happened to the environmental impact from that, and I sense we got to do something, and we have to do it quickly. So I think the real question is, how do we handle the 12 to 1,300 cars that come down Wilmot Line every day? I was referred to an article, I think it was in the New Hamburg Independent, July 26, 2011, when there was debate about Wilmot proceeding with paving a portion of it as a result of a water pipeline going in, and the developer paid for a portion of it being tarred and chipped. I think we have to find these solutions. I really was encouraged what Stephanie had to say, and that we as a group have to work together on this, figure out solutions that are acceptable, and that we can have our cake and eat it too, so to speak, that there can be parking, there can be safety, the township can address its liability concern, and people can enjoy this prize in our township. So that's certainly, I agree with you on certain areas, but let's use it as a first step to get and keep the prize in mind as we head forward.
Yeah. And I couldn't agree more. I have stood at this podium for almost 29 years now, since I've been in the area, through 7 different mayors now, begging for the speeds to be reduced on the Wilmot line. It used to be 80. We begged for over 10 years for it to be reduced. It wasn't until, unfortunately, somebody was killed, a young girl was killed one night on the line, that it was suddenly reduced a couple weeks later. It shouldn't take that to happen. We were repeatedly ignored, turned away, and such. And I've stood here with Deb Sridvich, who you'll hear from tonight, Jane Schneider. We've all been here time and time and time again, advocating for this area, asking for these solutions to try to find ways to reduce traffic, to reduce speeds, to reduce the environmental impacts, and ensure these areas succeed for the future. That's why this land donation is so incredibly important, because it at least protects these lands forever. That's why we worked so hard on the environmentally sensitive landscape to ensure that that ESL designation succeeded, and thank you for Wilmot being one of the 7 area municipalities that helped to pioneer that. But there are still other things that are inconsistent. You know, we've been successful in getting the city of Waterloo to remove truck traffic from all their roads, and yet there's still truck traffic allowed on Burlett's or on Carmel Cook or others. We've been successful in getting the city of Waterloo to reduce their speeds, but the speeds are still, as I mentioned, all over the map on Burlett's or Carmel. And for some reason, even in the staff report, the Burlette speed is not being changed. It's being kept at 60, while other roads are being reduced to 40. Those roads that are being reduced to 40 are flat, level, and straight, and paved with a yellow line down the highway and down the middle that looks like a highway, while Burlette's, that's hilly with sight lines, and you know from Carol's house just down there, that narrow notch you have to go through is remaining at 60. And I think this is one of the things that area residents are having trouble understanding. When I say things are illogical, we can't explain why is the speed limits on Carmel Cook being halved from 80 to 40, but why is Burlette's remaining the same at 60? And so that's where we're trying to simplify things by saying, let's just make all ESL area roads 50 kilometers an hour. It's slower than 80, slower than 70, slower than 60. Yes, it's above 40, but then realistically, expecting people are going to go 40 on Carmel Cook when it is flat and wide and narrow and straight and looks like a highway, I think is setting things up for failure, because we can actually make something more dangerous than less if we're too extreme, because people, when they don't understand the rules, take the law into their own hands. And that's when you get somebody actually doing 40, then who's haphazardly passed by some frustrated driver thinking they're on a highway wanting to do 80, and then that's what causes accidents and kills people. So we need to have things that are logical, that fit expectations and make things safer and not more dangerous.
Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Kevin. I think 29 years delegating, perhaps you should run for council. That may be something you want to consider, I think, after 29 years. And thank you so much for delegating. I cannot stress to you enough how important this donation is to council, to the mayor, to our staff. We all are thrilled with it. We're just trying to get it done in a way that satisfies everyone. But you had made a couple of statements there about the proposal being much more dangerous, people not stopping at the stop signs, barreling through. And I was just wondering if you had statistics that that gave more credence to those statements that you made, that would be of interest to me.
Yeah, certainly, and I've got two things. I have statistics and I have photos, but unfortunately statistics are another thing that we've stood at this podium arguing for years. Right now, Wilmot only does traffic studies on the Wilmot line every 5 years. We have begged for annual traffic studies. We have begged for that data to show. Then again, the City of Waterloo, we've managed to increase their traffic studies now to every other year, which is great. So we get data every 2 years. Unfortunately, though, the City of Waterloo counts traffic at the corners of the intersection, where Wilmot counts it in the middle of the block. So you can't even compare the Wilmot traffic studies to the Waterloo traffic studies. The Waterloo is consistent with doing their studies, which is great. We work very hard every September. We know Deb's it's already in her calendar to work with them on it. But we need to have better data. We need to have this. We need to have, on a road where traffic is tripling every 10 years, we can't only do 2 traffic counts in that decade. We need more information and more data. We've asked for it on numerous occasions. Deb will tell you how many times and how many meetings, sort of thing. But we definitely need data. With regards to things, I wonder if you can bring up my slide presentation, and I can show that the photograph of the blind spot on the Weidman Road intersection, because it's extremely concerning and troubling. And most area residents you'll see who have learned about this have sent emails. Certainly I know to Chris, I don't know how many other people they're expressing concerns about this. It's about slide at the end. Oh, sorry. If we go to, down, it would be about 30, if we could start at 32. So. And if you can just bring that up, and it'll help to give people. I've been lucky, Councillor Dunstall, to have had some of the Wilmot councillors out to see things firsthand. I haven't been able to have you out for a hike or walk in the area, but this is the hill coming down south on the Wilmot line leading up. So this is coming up the hill. So next slide, please. And you can see already, there's even today, there's signs warning you. That sign on the right is warning about low visibility and a dangerous intersection coming up. Next slide, please. This is now at the top of that hill looking down. The Weidman Road is down on the bottom on the left. You can actually see a cyclist paddling the Wilmot line. This was yesterday I took this photo. That sign on the right on the telephone pole there is already warning of a hidden intersection there. This is the intersection where we're going to be putting a stop sign at the bottom of this hill that you can't see. And in fact, the next slide, please. You can see here, unfortunately it's a small, but you have the car that's a dot coming down the road here. Next slide, please. You can see as the car gets closer to the intersection, next slide please, you can see the car disappears. There is a gully and a dip in the road there that leads to this blind area that we refer to. And the next slide please, suddenly here's the car now popping out of that blind area. Next slide please. Here's another car coming down the road. Then again, next slide please. It gets closer to the spot, and next slide. Again, it's turning onto Weidman Road here. That's the far side of the intersection, and the car disappears. So for Wilmot to be actually putting an intersection there that can't be seen and then recommending that's where everyone actually crossed the road is absurd, because if you can't see the intersection, how are you going to see the people crossing? And that's why area residents are expressing so much concern about this. And it's not concern about slowing traffic down on the Wilmot line. I've been here for decades asking to slow down, but we've got to slow it down and we've got to create situations that are safer, not more dangerous. And this, I think, is increasing the liability to the township to direct people to cross right at the spot where they can't actually be seen by the approaching traffic. And the recommendation you heard mentioned here is if you look behind where that car is, there's a long, flat, straight section there. That's a perfect spot, put a crosswalk. When I see somebody standing at a stop sign, I don't know what they want to do. But when I see somebody standing at a crosswalk, I know they likely want to get across the road. So let's use that area. Yes, it might be a detour of a couple hundred feet to walk down across a crosswalk and back. But if you're going cross-country skiing for kilometers, a couple hundred feet aren't going to deter you to get there. And it'll be a whole lot safer and a whole lot less liability to the township. So, Councillor Dunstall, I hope that helps you. You can bring Councillor Dunstall back wherever she went to. I hope that helps to address.
I'm here. You just can't see me. Thank you, Kevin, and I appreciate that detailed response. And now, if it's okay, I'd like to go to Director Mullenhouse and see if he could perhaps make a comment on what you have just said.
Through you, Mayor, yeah, with respect to visibility, so there is a slight hump in the road that, from an operations perspective, so we do have re-graveling planned for this year, and so our intention was to cut a slight bit out of that hump. Second of all, with the speed reduction noted, so what comes into play with speed reduction, there's a stopping sight distance, and so if we have a speed reduction to 40, the stopping sight distance is actually far less than you would expect in an 80-kilometer roadway. So I don't have the specific number for you here today, but that, from an engineering review, we've confirmed that stopping sight distance would be adequate with a 40. And third, I was just going to point out that when we do introduce a stop, we do have intention of pre-warning, and so we're intending as well for the stop sign, but also the pre-warning to have flashing red so that that is very visible to the driver. So I would suggest that if this was a location with low visibility, that drivers are not paying attention because there's going to be adequate warning and adequate sight lines for safe operation.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Kevin, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson?
Thank you through the chair, and Kevin, appreciate you coming out this evening. I know we've had, 4 or 5 conversations over the last few days. My pleasure, and that's what I'm here to do. And I agree with a lot of the things you mentioned, and at the same time, I want to highlight I do trust the staff and what they intend to do with this. And I think it again, being a fluid situation, we take this approach, we see if tweaks and amendments need to happen down the road. But to your point, and I will say that I did hear from residents, and it was all over the place in the area, right, with a desire to potentially see Wilmot line paved and then see additional speed control measures or speed mitigation measures taken, whether that be speed bumps or other measures. And I think that is something that could be explored down the road. I mean, after the EA, could we potentially pave and then put in a raised crosswalk at some point? I certainly think that that's feasible. But I did actually hear from a few residents on Broettes Road that were suggesting potentially maintaining that 60 kilometers an hour is not enough. They wanted it lowered. So, I share a lot of your concerns and I appreciate your observations. But at this point, I think, again, looking at it, let's look at it as a fluid situation. There are things to come. There's monitoring to be done. I trust our engineering staff that they've done a great job in their design and that they're willing to put their stamp on it. But again, I would say at least having those controlled stops is absolutely better than having people continue to blow through it, which is the concern that I know I have noted when being out in that area.
Yeah, and excellent points, and I would agree fluid is going to be important. I know, one of the concerns that residents have expressed about that stop sign is when it's a crosswalk, or even right now, people have to take crossing the road into their own hands, and they look both ways. We've all been in driving through communities where you're in town and all of a sudden you're at an intersection or whatever, and the pedestrian with their iPod headphones on or whatever steps right out in front of you without even looking because they're trusting too much in the signal. And as soon as you put the stop sign up, people become robots and they no longer think for themselves and no longer look out for themselves. And that's the danger here, I think, is setting the expectation that people are going to stop in an intersection that's could be hilly, could be icy, could not, maybe not seen. That's the first I've heard of the idea of a flashing red light. Things like that I think are great, but I think we need to ensure that robot mentality doesn't kick in on that. And that fluidity, I think, is going to be so important. There are already solutions in the area that are working well. Something that hasn't come up at all is the regional forest, just about 400 meters north of where we're talking about here, that already has roadside parking that's plowed by the township. And that is there where the road is already wider, Cedar Grove Road, in front of the regional forest. When the snowplow driver goes by, he drops the wing, widens it out a little bit. The snowplowing is done in that area at 5 in the morning. I can assure you there are no cross-country skiers at 5 in the morning. And when I look at what has worked so well for that regional forest for years, of just winging back a few extra feet and allowing that parking on Cedar Grove. Now, admittedly, Cedar Grove doesn't have the amount of traffic as some of the other roads, but when we've had a solution that's worked for the regional forest so well, I'm kind of concerned we can't find a way for something to work in a parallel situation at these entrances along Carmel Cook, because I think it's so important that that traffic gets dispersed and that we don't focus all the visitors on one spot in one area just because of the ecological impacts, and let alone crowding or all those other sort of things. So I think that fluidity is going to be important as we all try to search and find these solutions.
I'm going to go to Director Mollenhuis.
Yeah.
I did, thank you through you, Mayor. I did just want to clarify in terms of the difference of Burlett's versus Carmel Cook for speeds. And I would note that there's seasonal restrictions proposed, and it's, part of the segment that's identified has seasonal and the other part has no parking all year. And so when we look at a situation like that, we are looking at a reduction to 40 because of those potential changing seasonal environments, as well as Wilmot Line, just because of the volume, we do want to see that speed reduced. When we look at Burlett's, because there's no on-street parking, it's a different situation, and so the speed would be different. However, if for consistency, if it was, to council's, if that was the wish of council, we could see that reduced to a 40 as well for consistency.
Very good. Councillor Cressman?
Just one quick question.
Sure.
At the trailhead, there's extra parking. It's swept back. Who actually put that in? There must be a culvert there or something.
An issue we've faced on all of these gravel roads is they've gotten wider and wider over time, meaning as the road gets full of potholes, the drivers start to wander to the parts of the road that don't have potholes. And over time, even just as the graders go or whatever, the road, even the snowplows in the winter throw more gravel in the ditch or whatever. So if you look at Wilmot Line in front of Deb's house, is probably a third wider now than it was 20 years ago. And suddenly you get those shoulders being built for you. But something that is significant here that I think we need to acknowledge is that if anyone has ever compared the Weidman Road parking that everyone is
Kevin, I'm sorry, I'm going to loop you back to the question before us, just being cognizant of the time, and I know we have many other delegates this evening as well. So sorry, if you know the answer specifically to Councillor Cressman's question, that's great. If not, I'm sure we can collect that information.
Yeah, well, his question was about the space to park, and what a comment I want to make is the narrowest place to park where everyone's being directed to is Weidman Road, and that all of the Wilmot parking areas are significantly wider than the one on Weidman Road where the City of Waterloo is allowing everyone to park. So.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments, councillors? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again for joining us, Kevin. I did just want to make one quick note, and please don't take this as picking on you.
No, please.
I just want a reminder for everyone. I know that you did mention that you felt some of these might be penal implementations, and I just want to acknowledge for everyone, our staff are working diligently, trying very hard to make this work and work with our insurance provider and allow this donation to go through. So I just want people to be cognizant that our staff are also people and they're trying to not put in any penal things. I just want to punitive, yes.
Yeah,
thank you.
Punitive, yeah. And
thank you, yeah.
Yeah, and I would agree. Please realize I'm trying to summarize a bunch of feedback from the community, and that was a strong sentiment expressed by numerous they wanted to ensure was put forward. But I would agree, most respectful. So.
Yes, and I know you weren't coming from a bad place on that. I just wanted to know for everyone.
Trying to represent many voices. So.
Thank you very much again for joining us, Kevin. And I'd like to invite up Margaret Schneider on behalf of Anne Fontana to address council. And thank you very much, Margaret, for joining us this evening. And you will have 7 minutes, but yes, you're welcome to pass these around. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Wilmot Council. Actually, I'm Peggy Schneider. Margaret's my real name, but I'm one of the family members involved with the donation. I'm here to read a letter written by my sister, Anne Fontana. She unfortunately is out of province at this time, and she is also the family member who has invested the most time and effort into this potential donation. Madam Mayor and Council, I believe that we have come to a point that allows this donation to move forward through the OPA and zoning change, as well as the upcoming severance and eco-gift process. My parents, Fred and Jane Schneider, have stewarded this land for 40 years, and we believe that RARE will continue to follow our principles of ensuring the ecological integrity of this wonderful landscape. This donation is a base for the future and is a beginning of something the community can enjoy for the long time to come. Our family has enjoyed offering these lands to the community, but we also have an underlying principle that looks to ecological integrity and the support of the environment. With this donation as a base, the Township of Wilmot and the City of Waterloo have an opportunity to work collaboratively with RARE. Together, they can ensure that the land continues to be gently used by our community in a manner that is consistent with the principles put in place by my parents, Fred and Jane Schneider. This land has never been a commercial operation. The land is not a park or a publicly owned property, but will be part of a land trust. Fred and Jane operated this property this way, and we are confident that RARE will carry on in this spirit. With this base, I look to the township and the city to continue to work with RARE to create long-term solutions for parking and public access that keep in mind the community who live near the land and the environment. The proposed solution is a good start, but I encourage the township to listen to neighbors and to take the time to continue the work of managing this area. It is not this donation that is driving more cars and people to use Wilmot Line and surrounding roads, but the increased population in Waterloo region. Please take the time to make measured and sound decisions on parking, speed limits, etc. that works for all. I hope that at the end of this evening, this land donation process can move forward. Whatever decision you make tonight, I implore you to allow this to happen and to then look to the future working with RARE and your community to ensure measured public access. Ms. Ann Schneider. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, Peggy, for joining us this evening. Councillors, any comments or questions? Okay, Councillor Martin.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I just wanted to thank you, Peggy, for coming this evening and to thank your family. I hear through and read some of the comments, and maybe there has been frustration over the last number of years. Certainly, it's not my intention to put up any, I was going to say roadblocks, maybe I didn't mean that as a pun, but certainly not to put up any barriers. I really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm also a neighbor. I'm on Carmel Cook, and the people I talk to are not, they're accepting of the speed limit parking changes, so it's not across the board. Okay?
Thank you very much, Peggy, and please send your thanks along to the whole family as well. Our next delegate is Bill Mungal. Bill, are you? Here you are. Perfect. Thank you for joining us this evening. Like everyone else, you will have 7 minutes.
Your Worship, Council. My name is Bill Mungal. I'm here as an individual. I'm speaking for myself, but I have consulted with a number of other skiers. I'm a skier. And what I have to say is something of a consensus that several of my ski buddies and I have arrived at. So I'm going to get to a specific point at the end of this discussion, a suggestion which I hope you'll appreciate. But we skiers aren't a stakeholder that any municipality would normally reach out to in a planning application. So we thought we should best step up and make our views known now. We first want to say that we support strongly the proposed planning amendments that would allow the Schneider property to be donated to the RARE Land Trust. Keeping that land as an ecological preserve and as a recreational open space is truly a major gift to this community. That said, for 65 years, I've been a cross-country skier. I'm 72. And I've been skiing what's often called Schneider Woods for about 35 years. There's simply no better place to ski unless you want to burn gas for 4 hours to drive up north. My regular ski buddies come from Wellesley and other places nearby, and they go to Schneider's most days of the week if there's snow. We're all getting on a bit, though, and so we often need to stop at the tops of those big hills to catch our breath. And when we do, we talk to fellow skiers, and me being a geographer, we usually ask them where they're from, and a surprising number to me are from New Hamburg, St. Agatha, St. Jacobs, and from everywhere else in nearby rural areas, Plattsville, Hazel, and so on. The site's absolutely unique. I finished recently serving a 6-year term on the Ontario Trails Council. I asked some of my former colleagues from around the province, and no one can think of another example where several families have come together to offer the public what is a 30-kilometer trail system for hiking and skiing that they themselves have built and maintained for free. It's a remarkable act of community building of the very sort that the Waterloo region has rightly become famous for. These families have created a big piece of very high-quality recreational infrastructure in this municipality that benefits its residents and at no cost to the taxpayer. Fortunately, the trails haven't been widely publicized, so they remain a somewhat secret gem in their midst, known mainly by word of mouth amongst skiers. But the staff report before you has not brought in or sought any input from your own department that's responsible for trails, recreation, and parks in the township, a fact confirmed by its director. The planner's report instead brings in input from your road staff, but not from your trails and recreation experts on your very staff. And as a former planner, I can say this is a significant oversight. If parking is entirely banned on Carmel Cook, then far less use can be made by skiers or hikers of the extensive trail system, since the only access would be from the distant Wideman-Wilmot Town Line intersection, and all people now parking on the Wilmot roadside would be dumped onto Waterloo's Wideman Road. One of my ski buddies uses GPS to map all the 30 kilometers of trail, and to my surprise, it shows that somewhat less than half of these trails actually lie on the Schneiders' properties. So it seems unfair to burden the Schneiders with any requirement to accommodate what would be a problematic parking lot. The staff report overlooks any mention of the long history of roadside parking on Carmel Cook. For over 40 years, the township's abided parking on the roadside, and just 3 years or so ago, it banned parking along the section where the road curves and the sight lines were shorter. That seemed entirely sensible, and the staff who so recently proposed that parking ban, if they're in the room today, should stand up and take a bow. I would have liked to have seen that previous staff report on that entirely appropriate parking restriction, and I think it should have been included as an appendix to the staff report that's before you today. Why? Because obviously the staff and council had thoroughly analyzed the entire situation, and staff landed on a balanced written recommendation to council at the time that resulted in its decision to adopt the parking restriction bylaw for the curved part of Carmel Cook. But occasionally, some skiers park on both sides of the road, and that's none too bright in their part. So the consensus of my ski buddies and myself is that the township would be wise to legislate some common sense by banning parking on one side of Carmel Cook along those sections where parking is currently allowed. And a further benefit that was noted in, I think, Ms. Baig's letter back in May is that they observe that roadside parking calms traffic. It slows it down, and here, that's good. So to summarize, just 3 things. First, of most importance, we support the recommended amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw that are being recommended regarding the Schneider properties. Secondly, we support the proposed parking ban on parking on the Wilmot line and the existing ban on the curved section of Carmel Cook. And thirdly, we support a ban on parking on one side of the remainder of Carmel Cook and the retention of parking on the other side along the sections where parking is currently permitted, meaning those sections shown in yellow in the staff report and the map. Now, I fully expect that time will show that this compromise and possibly interim parking plan will in fact work well. If not, then staff and RARE can begin to work together on a long-term plan, which may or may not include wider shoulders along Carmel Cook and places. And in one of the appendices to the staff report, I just saw that RARE had in fact suggested this as its third option in its submission at the planning public meeting back in May. So thanks for hearing us skiers out, and I don't know if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Bill, and thank you for representing your group of skiers. Councillors, any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Cressman, I don't know if you're going in for a question or not there.
Through you, Mayor, just a quick question. I wasn't clear. You said your GPS indicated you were on 3 other properties. Is that correct, what you said?
There's multiple other properties
in that area that allow?
In that area that are allowing skiing for many years, yes.
So does that present an opportunity to find parking solutions in several different areas?
I think that's an open question. You're smiling. I think there seems to be a fair bit of consensus from what you've already heard that there should be a process to try and come up with a better plan than what's being recommended to you tonight, and that should maybe start soon. So in that spirit, I think you've brought up a reasonable point.
Very good. Any other questions or comments, councillors? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this evening, Bill. We will move along to our next delegate, and that is Dean Peachy. Dean, thank you very much for joining us this evening, and you will have 7 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Dean Peachy. I live in New Hamburg, and for over 40 years, I have been enjoying nature at Schneider's Woods. In warm weather, I have hiked the Avon Trail that runs through the property, but mostly I've skied there in the winter. As has already been described by a previous delegate, I won't go into the detail. It's an amazing place for cross-country skiing with an abundance of trails of various levels of difficulty. It has seemed almost too good to be true to me as a local resident to have such an amazing resource so close at hand. And over the years, I have marveled at the generosity of private landowners, and from time to time, I've wondered to myself, how long will this amazing access continue? So when I heard that the land might be given to the Rare Charitable Reserve to maintain public access in perpetuity, I was overjoyed. And I really appreciate the work that the township has done in terms of zoning and official plan amendments and so forth to move this closer to fruition. As we know, the plan has hit a bit of a snag in terms of parking for public access and a lot of attendant public discussions, media coverage, and so forth. A lot of issues have been put out, a lot of proposals have been made in terms of it could be this, it could be that. I'm not going to reiterate any of that, but really to come here on a matter of process. After reading the recent staff report, I come here tonight to ask a question. Has there been a meeting of the 3 primary parties? The family, Rare, and the township. Could include Waterloo perhaps, or the region, but those 3, to put their respective interests on the table and to seek to build a mutually satisfactory solution. I've heard implications tonight that, well, there are other options that could be pursued, perhaps at some point down the road. But have they been? Perhaps there have been face-to-face conversations, but it hasn't been apparent to me as a member of the public, and the staff report doesn't reference any. So I stand to be corrected if they've happened. And from my perspective as John Q. Public, these issues don't appear to be insurmountable. I've seen much more difficult things resolved through when people get together and just talk it out. So if there has not been such an effort, my follow-up question tonight is, will the township commit to initiating such a meeting? If you need an independent chair facilitator, get one, but I think you probably don't. Finally, I would add a plea to all the parties in those conversations, and particularly to the township representatives, to remember the interests of us, the public, the local residents, in these discussions. We want to access the lands safely, but we also want to access them conveniently. So I asked the township to represent the broad interests of the skiers and the other residents, the hikers, the public users of the land, along with representing the township's institutional interests related to liability, insurance, and so forth. They're both important. The intended purposes of the gift to Rare are to conserve the land and its habitat for the future and to allow the public to use and enjoy the land. The recommendations of the staff report would restrict parking to make it as inconvenient, as difficult as possible for the public to access the land. I hope we can do better than that. There's been suggestions of, well, maybe at some point down the road, and you'll forgive my somewhat jaded appearance if I hear any level of government say, at some point down the road, we'll look into it. So I would look for some commitment tonight from the township on this. So to summarize, has there been a direct meeting of the parties? If not, will the township commit to such discussions? And in those discussions, will the township represent the interests of the public in using the lands as fully as it represents its corporate and institutional interests? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. And I will turn it over first to Director Okrafka as he has an answer for one of your questions.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, to the delegation, certainly there has been meetings between the three parties, pre-consultation, continuing for quite some time. There has been discussions post-application as well. One of the problems, certainly as expressed through the reports, is perhaps fundamental disagreements on how best to deal with parking, but I think as we've heard tonight, both parties are certainly willing to continue to monitor and look at solutions jointly. Certainly the representative Rare tonight and the township are willing to continue to look at that. Part of the difficulty with the application is the pressing of time, the need for this to be done quickly, and yet the processes in the Laurel Creek environmentally sensitive landscape policies, as you may be aware, do not allow for quick decisions. They require environmental impact assessments. It's not as simply as putting down some gravel and widening a road. Those shoulders abut sensitive areas, and we need to appreciate that and take that into consideration. So certainly long-term there are solutions that can be addressed, but in the interest of time, this solution addresses the insurance concerns of the Township of Wilmot, addresses the timeline concerns of the family, secures the official plan amendment, sends it to the region for approval. The zoning bylaw allows the consent applications to be made. So certainly the balance in this is the difficult timeline presented through the application process, and it's certainly township staff's goal always to work to find the best solutions. In this case, this addresses the immediate concerns and provides that opportunity for continued discussion moving forward, and I think the applicants have made that clear tonight that they wish to as well. So to me, I think it's a win-win for everyone involved. Again, ski season probably is done for the year. So it does provide that window looking towards next year that, again, depending on how the conversations go, there may be some additional solutions that can be found before the next ski season.
Through you, Mayor, if there can be solutions by next year, I'm happy with that. But at this point, it doesn't serve the interests of the skiers and the public users very fully.
Absolutely, I hear your point. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I want to thank you for coming here this evening. Actually, I think you do a great job of summarizing a lot of the issues and some of the arguments here that need to really be taken into context when we debate this. But again, I thank you for being here. I will answer a couple of questions if I may. One, I can assure you, I know myself and members of Rare and the family and the township and Mayor Salonen were present at a meeting here, but then also had continued conversations throughout the process. Maybe not always agreeing, but ultimately at the end of the day, as Director O'Craft has pointed out, we found a solution that will address immediately what needs to be done, and I think that that's a great step forward. With regards to looking at timelines moving forward, I mean, some of the things that we're addressing tonight, I hope that it'll continue to be a fluid situation. I know I've heard from residents that have different opinions on how this could be approached and some of the restrictions here, so we'll continue to monitor. One of the big things that I have sort of circled on the calendar is the 2026 environmental assessment and review. There will be things that likely come out of that should address some of the concerns that you've raised here. So in terms of looking at something that is on the calendar, that would be one, but hopefully in the interim, again, through feedback and through conversation, we hope to hear from people like yourself who have this interest at heart.
Any other questions or comments, councillors? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Dean, for joining us this evening. And on to our next delegate, and that is Deb Swidrovic. Thank you very much, Deb, for joining us. You will have 7 minutes.
A little stiff. Good evening, Mayor Salonen, councillor, staff, and guests. My name is Deb Swidrovic. I live at 720 the Wilmot line, and I, like many others, are here to talk about the Schneider property. I would like to begin by saying that we are thrilled to hear that this is coming to council and that steps are being taken to move this forward to a conclusion quickly. I have been a resident of the City of Waterloo and lived at the north end of Wilmot Line for 40 years. I am familiar with the Schneider Trails and have been involved in environmental issues, in particular the establishment of the Laurel Creek ESL and traffic issues for this part of the township. In 2026, we will be looking at an environmental assessment of Wilmot Line, which should address many of these issues. But if we are talking about controlling traffic in this report, then we should be looking at correcting previous issues that haven't been solved. For a number of years, we had no truck signs at either end of Wilmot Line, but there wasn't a bylaw in place. So if anyone was charged and they checked to see if Wilmot did have a no truck bylaw, they would have been able to beat the charge. It wasn't until the Laurel Creek ESL Committee initiated a report on Wilmot Line that the Township of Wilmot followed through and drafted the bylaw. The no truck signs were erected at the Cressler Road and Weimart Line intersection at the south end of Wilmot Line, and Herbs Road and Wilmot Line at the north end. However, the signage that was placed to the west, where Notre Dame and Wilby, Carmel Cook, and Burlett's roads meet, have not been as effective. Those signs read "No trucks on Wilmot Line," which makes it very easy for a truck driver to drive down these side roads to Wilmot Line. Once they are at Wilmot Line, there are no signs saying that Wilmot Line is a truck route. I think a better solution would be to do as the City of Waterloo has done, and that is to make all roads leading from Notre Dame to Wilmot Line, that is Wilby Road, Carmel Cook Road, and Burlett's Road, no truck routes as the City of Waterloo has done for Conservation Drive and Weidman Road from Earlsville Road to Wilmot Line. Also in 2007, I requested that Wilmot Township lower the speed from 60 kilometers to 40 kilometers where Wilmot Line enters the ESL at the top of the hill south of Carmel Cook Road to Weimar Line. It was my understanding at the time from traffic consultants for the West Side Lands in Waterloo that this road is not up to a 60 kilometer per hour standard. This would be a good time to address that by changing the speed limits to 40 kilometers or 50 kilometers an hour as Kevin has suggested. Unlike this report, though, I would want to see this done from the top of the hill near Carmel Cook Road to Cressler Road. There are considerable sightline problems on Wilmot Line, particularly at Wilmot Line and Burlett's Road, in the area where we see the highest traffic counts on Wilmot Line from Conservation Drive to Burlett's Road. This is also an area that is frequented by pedestrians, hikers, and an area with quite a bit of wildlife, especially at night. We have seen 30 to 40 deer at a time crossing Wilmot Line just north of Burlett's Road and have had several accidents where deer have been hit by cars. I'm also perplexed as to why the parking near the trails that is presently being used on Carmel Cook can't remain open as they have been. Just like many people here tonight, it is important year-round, but it's especially critical in the off-winter months that a number of trails be available so that areas that are showing stress can be shut down and hikers rerouted. I'm also concerned about lighting that has been suggested in this report, where the three-way stop is proposed at Wyman Road and Wilmot Line. One of the suggestions in the Lower Creek ESL case study final report is that we should be avoiding additional lighting to reduce impacts on wildlife. Many of these species need the cover of night to survive. It impacts wetland habitats, predator and prey species, safety, etc. We also need to involve the police. Unfortunately, if we do not have the cooperation of the police department to monitor the speed and truck traffic in the area, then we will fail. I have spoken to police officers whose job is this area. However, I've been told that they will try, but they have more pressing issues to deal with. Perhaps staff can meet with the police to arrange for more police presence and/or have speed cameras installed after the public has had some time to adjust to the speed changes. These are my comments, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Deb, for joining us. Councillors, any questions or comments for Deb? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, just Deb, thank you for your comments. We appreciate you being here.
Oh, you're welcome.
Very good. Thank you again, Deb, for joining us. And our final delegate for this topic is Stephanie Kunk. Stephanie, thank you very much for joining us this evening, and you'll have 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Solomon and everybody present here. So I'm here today to speak to you how moved I was when the Schneider family decided to donate the land to RARE. It's not very often that a private citizen forgoes selling such a unique property for their own gain, but instead chooses to pass on the beauty of this property to other strangers to enjoy year-round. The first time I was able to take advantage of the property on Carmel Cook Wilmot Line, I was in awe that was many years ago when I moved to North Waterloo. I couldn't believe that such a gem of land existed in such a close proximity to Waterloo city limits. More impressive is that someone would have such a great passion also of preserving this property and providing the trails to walk upon and doing that on their own time for others to enjoy. I recall the first time I saw the dedication plaque on the hill overlooking the valley below. My first thought was that how kind and caring and passionate about nature Mr. Schneider must have been. And the second thought was I hope that his heirs would keep this legacy and keep preserving the land. And hopefully this does occur. The past 5 years, this property was a godsend for me. I had been through a traumatic time in my life, and in 2019 I was finally able to push through and move forward slowly, walking the trails. It was a quiet, swallowed place the Schneider's Woods provided me with, and it was a tremendous help for me to get past that. It helped me mend my mind, body, and my soul. I can never express enough how grateful I am for people that are so selfless. Early in the pandemic, I believe I saw Jane at the dedication plaque on the hill with, I don't know who was there, there was somebody else, I think, 2 other people. I just smiled and walked on. Now I wish I personally would have told her how appreciative I was and her family for their uncommon kindness. Families, sorry. Surely there are many others who can share personal stories and have a personal connection to this property. That being said, I became concerned when I saw the posted development application signed in May of 2023. In July actually I started to inquire what this meant. It was quite difficult at that time to reach anybody. It's really hard to get through to anybody, like it's difficult. I forwarded some messages, and I had spoken with, I don't know if these people are still working here, Ken Vanderwall, and then Chad Curtis, and then Andrew Martin I've spoken to as well. I think 2 of those people at least are no longer employed here. I'm not sure. I was here and I was told Chad Curtis was no longer here. Okay. In February 2024, I initiated more conversations regarding the land donation and apparent stalling. I'm sorry, I don't want to say something bad. Over Wilmot Township, over parking. Like I said, I've I have been faithful of coming here since 2019. Like, I was here 5 days a week, walking the trails for 3 to 4 hours a day, like all of them around here, and as well on the other side too, not just Schneider's Land. I'm not sure if that's Schneider's Land on the other side of Carmel Cook. I don't know. So I don't know what this parking issue is. I bike the township here, I walk, I drive, I use the trails. I don't understand why the parking issue is now coming forth since the donation. I just don't understand that. Like, I don't get the rationale behind that. My question is, first, if all parties involved, the township, Rare, Schneider, City of Waterloo, if everybody wants to get this thing moving forward, then why is the parking such a big issue all of a sudden? Like, that to me just does not make any sense. It doesn't. So having said that if this is what you want, truly and honestly, then it would happen, and the parking issue would be, as the previous delegations, I forget the name, said, that it could be resolved somewhere down the road if there is an issue. Because I have, like I said, 5 years faithfully been there, and I have never seen problems with parking, and I have skied there as well. Like, I do ski there in the winter. I don't know, I don't see anybody parking there. Not many, like, there's enough parking when I'm there. Carmel Cook, I don't think I've ever seen people park on both sides of the street ever. Weidman Road has never been an issue. Like, I don't know, has anybody received complaints regarding parking there, like in the township? Like, have people received complaints with parking issues before this? Before the application of the zone change?
Finish your delegation, and then we can answer your questions.
Okay. Okay, my main concern is that there may be a different reason for this parking issue, and I'm being honest. You did bring up the 3 properties, but I won't address that. I know one of them is vacant. I don't know if any more of them are vacant. I know the white building has been vacant, and there's kind of a problem there because the doors are open. There's nobody living there, but I hear the alarm, some kind of alarm going off there as well, so I don't know why that is. Also, it was brought up, the request about the frontage reductions on the severed properties. Is there a reason for that? So another concern is that the area is protected. It's sensitive lands, and there's many jurisdictions and multitude of reasons why it is protected. The only way that it will be protected is with this donation to Rare and the acceptance of Wilmot Township to go through with that. Conditions and policy address. Oh, sorry, I'm lost in my space here now. And another thing I have regarding the Rare donation, as long as the charity is there, it will stay that way. But another question I have, should that charity dissolve for any reason, what would then happen to that property, or what process would happen after that? That's a question I have as well. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak today, and if anybody has anything to say about that, or questions, or...
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for delegating and for sharing your personal experience with the land. I'm looking, Councillor Martin, or Manager Martin. I'm just adding you to our council inadvertently. Manager Martin, I know some of like the lot frontages. If you could just speak to how that planning policy works and what the importance is of that.
Sure. Yeah. So the The result of the donation creates 3 non-farm lots. So the zoning bylaw contains regulations for minimum lot areas and lot frontages. So in order to allow the donation to proceed, the resulting properties need to comply with the zoning bylaw. So the application essentially allows them to proceed by reducing their size and frontage to what is actually being proposed. So instead of being a 100-acre property, it could be a 10-acre property. So essentially, that's what the purpose of that application is.
So just to clarify, Stephanie, it's a technical, like that is a part of having this donation go forward, and the lot severances was part of the request of the applicant.
Oh.
So there's
The
not.
applicant being the Schneiders?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's just the technical proponent on the legislative side
Okay. All
before
right.
council. Your question regarding parking, I don't think that we have someone from bylaw here to answer if there's been complaints, but Director Okrafka?
Well, through you, Mayor Salonen, certainly council is aware of concerns that have been raised by residents regarding parking, in particular on Carmel Cook Road.
Yes.
And was that, sorry,
sorry.
can I ask a question regarding that? So who would you know who the complaints would be from?
Through your council would be
Would it be
aware of the
residents
complaints,
across the
but that's
street,
not public information.
Yeah, it's not public information because they normally come through council. Again, I can't speak towards if bylaws formally had any, but I know I've received some both from individuals who have driven down the road and don't live there. I don't know what their activities on the road are.
I can kind of speak to that because I used to park there to access actually both properties on either side of Carmel Cook, and whoever lives up on the hill, what is it, 1163 Carmel Cook.
Right, I'm not getting into pointing fingers over who may be making complaints, but there are complaints that have come in. I think the bigger component about it is that there is the liability component for the township in terms
Has that
of.
been an issue before, though, the liability component before this donation?
But the donation brings it has brought the issue to the forefront of council, and our insurance pool has identified that as an issue. What is proposed is mitigating those risks. Councillors, are there any other questions at this time of Stephanie? Okay, well, thank you very much,
Could
Stephanie.
I just say one
for
more thing? Is there a
joining.
possibility, is there a possibility that the road by Wilmot Road, Wilmot Line, and where Weidman meet, is there a possibility that the road could just be like closed off totally? So there's going to be access from Wilmot Line down to, if there's going to be properties remaining down that end, well, there are other ones other than the Schneider's property. If you could close that off and make the road go towards Burlitz, like if anybody has to go, coming from that Wilmot Line, one way they could go is down Weidman for people who live on that side, and then people who live on the opposite side, if there's a road closure, if you will, or I don't know what you call it, then the people that live on that side of the Wilmot Line, like Carmel Cook, they still have access to go around the other way. Is that a possibility, or is there, again, an issue as the gentleman brought up about the hill and the possible ice and snow and that kind of
I
thing?
think like the other recommendations that we've heard this evening, council will take that into consideration as we
just a
go
thought.
into our debate. But thank you very much for joining us, Stephanie,
Yes.
and for
And
sharing
I hope
your
all
comments.
of council and everybody takes into consideration everything that was said by the other delegations today, please.
Yes, thank you. All right, councillors. Councillor Dunstall, I see that you have a comment to kick off the debate.
I do, thank you. I wanted to thank everyone for taking the time to come and delegate. Certainly the stories and how important this amazing donation is came shining through. And there's something I've learned in my very short tenure is that the more delegates there are, typically the more complex the issue is. And just to recap, we had 6 people at the table who wanted to get this done. And as was their right, the Schneider's family, as well as the Rare charity, decided that on-site parking was not going to be an option. And they were not going to budge on that, which again, was their right. But there was no parking on site, as well as a deadline to get it done. And if those things didn't happen, then the deal was off the table. So the township was not going to let that happen, and they worked diligently with the city of Waterloo, and I think the region may have been involved, and the insurance pool to come to a solution. And I understand that the argument has been that nothing has ever happened at this location, and that's true until it isn't. And you have the possibility of injury, bodily injury that could be horrific, or even worse, a loss of life. And let's be frank, if that was to happen, you'd be looking at taxpayer debt. The township, thank you for doing your job. You did your job, which was to find a solution to make sure that this went through, and that you dealt with everything that was on the table. The liability issue you've dealt with, the parking issue that you have dealt with, and the timeline you've dealt with. And this was so widely publicized, and it was very easy for the media to have that great tagline, terrible township wants to pave paradise and put up a parking lot. I saw that more times than once. And I can guarantee everyone who's listening to this that the township went above and beyond with their hands tied behind their back to come up with a solution that met with every single objection. So at this time, I would like to say that I will be supporting the township's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. Councillors, any other questions or comments at this time? Councillor Cressman?
Yes, again, I want to thank the Schneider family for what they put on the table here as a jewel for the township. I personally had the privilege of knowing Fred Schneider when I worked as a student at JMS on Cortlandt for 2 summers way back when I had hair, and then had an opportunity to work with him on the town and country dinner. That was something that he valued, that he was part of the planning committee, and I chaired the cattlemen's group for the region. So I got to appreciate his perspective and his friendship in the brief interactions that I had with him, and I certainly see this as a lasting legacy to him and the family. So it hasn't passed, I realize, but maybe I'm showing my hand.
Councillor Sadhu.
Thank you. I just have one quick question before my final comments. It's to Director Molynhuis. Where are we expecting the parking to go for the people who would be normally using Carmelcock?
Through you, Mayor. So from a staff perspective, our expectation is it would likely be spread to 2 separate locations, likely on Wideman Road, as well as there's a spot further west, an access point. I can't recall what the access point is referred to as, but sorry, the Musselman access, I believe, the Musselman Trail. And so the expectation is that parking would be dispersed, winter parking would be dispersed in those locations.
Okay. Councillor Martin?
Unless Councillor Sadhu wanted to follow up.
Yes, sorry, councillors.
Not really a follow-up, just a final comment. So in hearing all the delegations and going through all the emails of the past, ultimately I still do believe a parking lot would have been the best solution. However, with the tight timelines and for the greater good and not risk losing this land donation, I will be supporting the staff recommendation tonight.
Councillor Martin?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Salonen. I guess a couple of comments. The one is just a follow-up to Councillor Sadhu's question about staff expectations for parking. And so, Director Molynhuis, I may have misunderstood, and I did drive and park there Saturday and Sunday this weekend to try to make sure I understand the geography and the land. And by the way, that is a beautiful bridge that I understand that Rare has built and that one entranceway. But I believe, Director Molynhuis, that this no parking is past the Musselman access. And I don't believe that there is parking by the Musselman access. So how I understand the picture, and I'm looking at the picture that shows the parking, the the 40-kilometer reduced and the no parking. that it would be further, let's see, north, south, west, further west than the Musselman access.
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. Just to clarify, yes, sorry, what I was suggesting was that if there were users at the trailhead, that they would be able to park closer to and use another existing trailhead.
So through you, Mayor Salonen, I'm certainly very supportive of this report. I really appreciate the hard work that staff have done. I echo the sentiments and want to repeat that I'm very appreciative of the Schneider donation, appreciative that RARE is interested in maintaining the land. I'm happy to vote in favor of it, but I would like some more discussion around parking, and I'm thinking about next winter, where are people going to park for cross-country skiing? It's true, the average cross-country skier will probably be willing to walk a distance, some distance for accessing a trailhead, but I think that there would be some other possibilities. And so I'm wondering if I don't know if I need to make an amendment before we vote or make a motion afterwards by the October 7th council meeting, that we would have further discussion on parking, looking at some possibilities of where people can park. I think if there was, whether it's that curve on Carmel Cook where people have been parking, if there's ways of still considering the snow plowing, but also the parking. So I saw you nod, Mayor Salonen. Are you saying I need to make an amendment before we vote?
Yes, that would be an amendment that you're looking to propose here.
So then I would I propose that by October 7th council meeting, we have further discussion on parking for cross-country skiing next winter.
Is there a seconder for this amendment? Seconded by Councillor Cressman. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Mayor. So basically, what we're saying is that this is an addition to the report. So we would vote to yay or nay for the report, and if we voted yay for the report, then it would be additional in October to look at other options. Is that correct?
Yes, so right now what we need to vote on is the amendment. If it's successful and added on to the motion, then it would be in addition to all of the other items outlined in the staff report.
Got it. Perfect.
All right. Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, so we're voting on the amendment to bring back by the October 7th meeting more discussion on parking for winter parking in particular. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. So that's now been added as an amendment. Any other comments or questions as amended? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I had a variety of points here, but I think I'm just very encouraged by the conversation we've had this evening. Initially, yeah, I still feel or felt that a parking lot or multiple spots were the best solution to addressing this, but I think we have a solution in front of us that moves everything forward, addresses the liability, and gets this done. And I did struggle a little bit with looking at the investment of taxpayers' dollars into the facilitation of this, but I appreciate RARE coming forward and proposing something this evening that is agreeable from my perspective. So at the end of the day, to quote Councillor Sadhu here, and one thing that I know I've had a lot of conversation about is that ultimately this is for the greater good. In weighing all options, I think that is the one thing that stands out the most. So I'm also happy to see this move forward this evening.
Very good. Any other questions or comments, councillors? All right, I will just quickly reiterate that I also look forward to, pending it does approve, look forward to seeing the Snyder's very generous donation go through. I think it'll be really great to continue to see it in our community for generations to come. All right, with that, councillors, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. I would now propose a 10-minute recess. If I could have a mover and a seconder on that. Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Martin. Before we call that vote, I know that there are lots of you here this evening. We still have a great agenda to get through, and you're more than welcome to stay and listen. But if not, we do also understand if you have other places you need to get this evening. but all those in favor for a 10-minute recess?
All in favor of applause of appreciation for the Snyder.
We can do that. Very good, and we will return at 9:45. right, council, and those lone survivors as well as staff, thank you for sticking around. If I could have a motion to re-adjourn at 9:50 p.m., moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in reconvene, yes, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. I'm really grateful I have you, Councillor Cressman, to catch me when I'm not finding the right words tonight. Hopefully it doesn't get worse as the evening progresses. We are now on item 14.3, and this is regarding Bill 162. I'm not going to go through reading the recommendation before us. All councillors have seen it on the agenda, but I will get a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor first. Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Cressman, and I will now turn it back to our Manager of Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. This report follows a report that Council considered in November. The province had asked for comments on amendments to ROPA 6, dealing with lands to be designated in the township specifically. And at that time, staff provided a detailed report to council going through basically property by property where lands originally had been brought in by the province through approval of ROPA 6 and were subsequently removed, and then validating whether it was appropriate from a staff perspective to continue to see those lands designated. Ultimately, the minister did listen to a lot of the concerns that council provided to the province for consideration. The report goes through the map that was provided back in November and identifies what parcels were included and designated and what designation requests were not included in the current draft bill. Essentially, all of the residential lands that were between the existing urban boundary and the countryside line, the province does propose to include those through the Official Plan Amendments Act that forms part of this bill. What staff are highlighting here is that the missing piece is the balance. So the province has not included the employment land components. Specifically, I'll highlight that piece. There were a number of other smaller changes that staff had recommended initially, flipping designation from employment to a community area just to implement the land use of that area, just for consistency. But for the purpose of this discussion, the primary focus and the primary comments that we're trying to communicate back to the province here is that as part of planning a complete community, the balance of both residential and employment uses is really important in seeing that the opportunities for people to live and work in their community. Also, by including the entirety of the area through our secondary planning process, long-term infrastructure planning, roads, parks, trail connections, seeing how the entirety of that community would grow together and providing some certainty to that growth occurring in the future allows that investment in that infrastructure and planning. Whereas when lands aren't included and there's possibly an opportunity to consider in the future, it doesn't provide the assurances and certainty to allow for that planning to occur as it should. So really the focus here is to suggest that we really appreciate the opportunity that the province has provided for a local voice in planning matters, but ultimately the inclusion of employment lands to balance both the residential growth is also very important. We have had conversations since writing this report with ministry staff to kind of explain that position, to explain further the report that council considered back in November, and just that 25 plus year history of what the vision was for the community to see the growth both north and south of the railway tracks. We highlighted ultimately that these lands that are proposed to be included as employment were once part of the countryside line, but given the small tools available to us through the regional planning process, they had to be removed in order to secure the residential growth that was much needed at that time. So ultimately there's opportunity here, we feel, to communicate, and we did have a very productive conversation with ministry staff with no promises obviously, but certainly continuing to provide the opinions that were previously provided in November, to say that this employment piece and balancing growth and fully realizing that concentrated growth model between Baden and New Hamburg is important. We have obtained a letter since from Waterloo Economic Development Corporation to support the need for employment growth both in the township and the region. So to support these comments, we would anticipate providing that letter as part of the ERO posting to support this document. I'll leave my comments at that. The report does go through again through parcel by parcel, which ones were included, which one weren't, and ultimately supporting that the position provided by, Mayor Salonen's letter at the time in November continues to be the position of council at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Councillor Cressman.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Just so I'm clear here, what we have received back from the ministry ensures that the things that they have responded positively and included based on our ask, so to speak, or based on our recommendation, nobody or the region can't take that away from us. That's more or less fixed in stone.
Through Mayor Salonen. So ultimately, the bill would need to be passed, but once it becomes law, it is provincial, so it takes effect to the regional plan. And then we would have to be implementing that locally through a subsequent official plan amendment or secondary planning process, but the province basically implements it at the regional level, so it forms part of the regional plan. So it does provide that, in this case, the residential component, should that bill be passed, would be implemented in official plan policy.
Follow up to Councillor Cressman.
Just to follow up on that, then what I'm understanding is that moving forward, if the Get It Done bill is passed, then this would be included in the region's official plan without them being able to amend or restrict what we've asked for.
Correct.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Manager Martin, if we were to pull back the countryside line to offset the addition of employment lands, would that make it more attractive to the province?
Through Mayor Salonen, so that push-pull exercise was something that was established through the rationalization process when we established the countryside line boundaries with the region. We had previously commented that it was important to include all of the lands, both north and south of the tracks. For that reason, we feel it was appropriate to expand the countryside line boundary to secure that area. Certainly, though, having had a conversation with ministry staff, there did seem to be some ears to the idea that perhaps the concern here was the expansion of the countryside line. Even though it was historically had been included, the current plan does not include those lands. So there was some suggestion that perhaps that was the reason these lands weren't included. So, if that were to be the feeling of council to amend the recommendation to suggest to the ministry that there would be interest in pulling back the countryside line in those lands that we don't anticipate seeing residential growth in the next 20 to 30 years to offset the balance of these employment lands, that may be something that would be beneficial to the case being given to the minister in this situation.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments at this time, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, just pending the approval of this, assuming everything falls into place, how quickly are we able to get started on that secondary plan?
Through Mayor Salonen, so we are prepared to move ahead with that secondary plan. We had provided, we'd started the draft RFP document, and then when we got the update from the province that those lands weren't included anymore, we are prepared to move ahead when we know that those lands are in. We just preemptively did not want to start the process until we knew. We would suggest probably through that secondary planning process that even if these employment lands were not included, we would still include those lands in the study area. Ultimately, they couldn't be implemented through an official plan amendment if they weren't designated, but it would be appropriate. And so we are positioning ourselves to look at the entirety of those lands regardless of the outcome of this decision. But we'd be ready to proceed shortly after the bill, if it were to be approved.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Cressman?
Yes, sorry for asking this question the other way around. The original Countryside line was the CN rail line, is that correct?
So pre-2019, the Countryside line was actually Highway 7 and 8. And it came on the north side of the railway tracks. There was an area between Baden and New Hamburg that was notched out south to the railway. When we were given the opportunity to do that push-pull exercise, we pushed the Countryside line up to Snyder's Road and pulled it back from the highway up to the railway to exclude these lands. The reason we did that was the suggestion at the regional level was that there was more opportunity to give consideration to designation for employment lands down the road as opposed to residential. So we secured the residential piece under the knowledge that we'd have the opportunity to look at employment. We felt that that process would be through ROPA 6, but we weren't given that opportunity to do it. So that's essentially some of the history. But you're correct that it's the boundary right now is the railway at this point.
Follow up.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, if our horizon, and I believe we talked about the secondary planning going out to a 50-year horizon, then I would suggest that it's prudent to do the long-term planning and include the proposal here in terms of employment land to give us that type of information to provide the scope for our future long-term planning. I think it was very well documented, and I think Director Krafka's report about how we get bits and pieces every time the region comes out with their five-year official plan, and we never have the opportunity to get the long-term vision and planning in place that is required to develop a holistic plan. And I think that's crucial in long-term planning and long-term visioning for this community.
Any other questions or comments, councillors? All right, I just want to say a huge thank you to staff. I know Bill 162 came very quickly, not necessarily out of nowhere, but certainly I would say the maps weren't necessarily what we were anticipating, and then the turnaround time for you guys to be able to get this in front of council so that we can provide comment. I really appreciate you guys making this a top priority, and I certainly agree with your recommendation of continuing to go forward with what we originally had said back in November. I mean, it's no surprise, but I feel very strongly about needing to have employment opportunities in our communities to ensure they don't become bedroom communities and really just urban sprawl. So thank you guys for your continued efforts on this, and let's just hope that this feedback will be the last back and forth between the province and this, and we can get along with our actual plans and our secondary review. Having said all of that, councillors, seeing no other comments or questions, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. On to report 14.4, which is operating budget implications on levy debt financing. And this report is to be received for information. To get that on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Sadhu. And I will turn it over to our interim Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This report was a request from members of council or members of Finance and Budget Committee to bring forward to this meeting. There was a request for the implications of the debt service costs on the in the budget for 2024's new debt. There's $112,000 that would become payable during 2025. And so if council is interested, as I had previously suggested, they consider adding that to the budget. There is a recommendation in the bottom of this report. Should you be interested in doing this, there's a draft amendment motion for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Councillors, I'll open it up for discussion. We have both the debt carrying costs as well as the speed mitigation information that was requested has come back as well. So I will, any comments or questions? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I know I'll speak to the speed mitigation piece. I know I've spoken to some of you, not all of you, but this is something that I very much want to see move forward. However, in speaking with some of my colleagues here, I think it's apparent that there are still some outstanding issues, and I mean, even just based on our last topic, there's a few things that we'd like to maybe see fall into place first prior to moving forward with this ask. So I will request that Director Mullenhouse, we keep this maybe on the back burner, something we reconsider later in the year or during the next budget cycle regarding the speed mitigation study, but something I do intend to bring forward again in the future. But at this time, I'm willing to say maybe not this year. And then a brief comment on the debt report. I mean, I certainly appreciate where Interim Director Elliott is coming from. Really should carry it or carry the charge in the levy, but again, I guess I'm open to hearing where my peers fall on this. It does create a number that just continues to get larger, and I don't know how I feel about that. So that's it.
Thank you. And just a technical note, we're just confirming because your motion for the speed mitigation was deferred, we're confirming if we actually have to dispense of that item formally. We're just getting confirmation. That's the clerk's department, so we will leave it to them. While they're getting that information for us, any other comments or questions at this time, councillors? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I believe we had discussion during our budget deliberations. Although it's prudent to put next year's costs into this year's budget relating to capital, I think our kind of where we landed in our discussions was, given some of the things were delayed because of a variety of reasons from last year in terms of capital, that I think it was our general consensus that paying when they're incurred the year following the capital debt or the debenture issuance and when they're incurred made the most sense in terms of a budgetary process. It may change in our thinking in the future when we have more funds in our different reserve funds, but I think at this current time it just makes sense. We have to be as frugal as possible in keeping our rate tax increase as low as we can.
Any other comments or questions on this item, councillors? Okay, seeing none, the motion that is on the floor is to be received for information. Clerks can report back at any time on the particular motion that was deferred regarding the traffic study. So seeing nobody wanting to make amendments, it's to receive for information. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. On to item 14.5, and that is the Wilmot Line operating budget review for the regraveling operations. And this again is an item to be received for information. May I have a mover to get it on the floor? Moved by Councillor Sadoo, seconded by Councillor Cressman. And I will turn it over to our Director of Infrastructure Services, Mr. Mollenhuis.
Thank you, Mayor. So this report is a follow-up report from the Budget Committee. The report outlines some of the carry-forward work from 2023 that was part of the summary of costs for Wilmot Line regraveling, and then it also speaks to the 2024 loose top operating budget. So essentially what our plans were for this year, it related to 2 lifts of regraveling and 2 separate processes of regraveling for this year. And so the 23 budget for material was intended to have a quicker lead time for delivery, and so that's what that carry forward is for. And then the remaining item for 24 would have been for a second lift later in the year. There is a component here that speaks to one of the topics from earlier this evening. So there is a financial consideration, an alternate motion that council could consider, but essentially what we're looking at is reducing 1 lift of gravel and then looking to reallocate those funds. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Mollenhuis. Councillor Cressman.
Not wanting to delay this, but I keep having questions. I read this over a couple times at home, and I think what I understand is by reducing it to 1 lift, our costs, and with the fact that there was a carry forward from last year, our costs are reduced, but we've already included roughly 45,000 as a revenue source from the City of Waterloo in the budget. So if this is eliminated, it's a bit of a wash, because we pay half the cost of the 100 grand, but we get 45,000 from them. So maybe I'm twisted myself in a pretzel on that one.
Through you, Mayor. So the carry forward item did not have a carry forward revenue with it. So when we carried it forward, it was just the expense. The revenue is associated with the 2024 anticipated work, so it's not necessarily straight wash, as you might say, but it is. But there is certainly a revenue component to the 2024 budgeted amount.
So let me get this straight. We carry the money forward to pay half of the 1 lift, and City of Waterloo pays us the other half. To my mind, that's a wash. But
yeah, through you, I guess what I'm referring to here in terms of the $49,000 for carry forward, that specific item is one that we wanted to bring back because it is, carry forwards are, I'll say, a new process where we used to accrue directly, but carry forwards are something that has to be approved by council. If we were to carry it forward and actually apply it to Wilmot Line in terms of the regraveling component, then yes, it would be, we would see a revenue come out of that. However, it wouldn't have been budgeted. So what I'm saying is the, reallocating these funds doesn't necessarily also reallocate a revenue or reduce a revenue. It was just an item that was carried forward in terms of an expense only.
So, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I know I had a few notes here talking about the EA and other speed mitigation factors, but I think we probably covered that topic more than enough this evening. Ultimately, my thoughts on it were this could potentially be the last time we look at having to do this. There may be outcomes from the EA in the future where we could see major improvements to Wilmot Line, but I am of the opinion I think we leave this unchanged and included in the budget at this point, as I think it already has been left in, if I'm not mistaken, looking at Director Elliott.
Through you, Madam Chair, the works for Wilmot Line are included in the budget. The works for the improvements in the parking and the signage that we talked about during the RARE report is a $30,000 adjustment to a budget. So what Director Molyneux is suggesting is that we take the $49,000 and apply it to the RARE project and do that without an impact to the levy. The difference between the $30,000 and the $49,000 helps address the Waterloo contribution. It's not exact math, but it comes close for the treasurer. Comes out in the wash.
Any other comments or questions at this time, councillors? Or potential amendments as it stands right now? This is received for information. All right. Seeing none, I will call the vote then. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. On to item 14.6. And before I do that, we are going to dispense of the speed traffic control. So we've heard back from our clerk who is watching us at home in quarantine, and he is advised that we do need to still deal with this motion as it was deferred with time and place being identified as tonight's meeting before council. So what that means is the motion before us was that Councillor Wilkinson brought forward and was seconded by Councillor Sadhu that the committee approve $150,000 for a traffic calming and speed mitigation study be included in the 2024 capital budget that be presented to council for approval. Then the motion to defer that was brought forward by Councillor Cressman and seconded by Councillor Dunstall was that it was deferred to now. So now that we're all caught up, Councillor Wilkinson, are you asking to remove your motion now that has been deferred to this point?
Through the chair, I thought it was deferred till, no, maybe it wasn't. There was another item that was deferred till May. Pardon me. So I would move that, why don't we move to have this deferred to the beginning of the next budget cycle?
All right, so it's moved to be deferred to the start of next budget cycle. Councillor Cressman, is that seconding that deferral?
I'm just wondering that we would word it such that it would be moved for consideration in the next budget cycle. Is that better wording, and it doesn't, yes. It isn't pretzel making? And I'll second that.
Agreed.
And you're fine with that wording change? Okay, very good. Any comments or questions on that then? Oh, is there one from Director Molyneux?
Through you, Mayor. So just with respect to the traffic calming policy, there may be an opportunity to revisit this as well when that does come back through staff later this year. So that could be another item for conversation sooner than budget process.
So do you perhaps want to put in wording that at the latest?
Through the chair, I think that's agreeable.
Okay, and does that work for our seconder?
It works for me. I was thinking of that in our discussion this evening, given what other municipalities are doing, and if we're fully staffed, that we can potentially do at least some level of traffic study internally and maximize that.
Very good. Okay. Any other questions or comments then on this motion to defer? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Now we will move on to the core part of 14. Sorry, just one moment. So that motion to all right, so now on to 14.6, and this is the final 2024 operating utility and capital budgets. To get this on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Cressman, and I'm going to turn it over to our interim Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council and those here in the chambers and those watching at home. It has been my pleasure to lead this organization through a very difficult budget. It's been a team effort. It's myself and my team my colleagues on the senior leadership team, and of course Sharon Chambers as the CAO, leading the development of the staff budget. But then when we came into the budget committee review meetings, it became a committee issue together with the support of the team. It was a team effort, and I'm proud of it, and I believe it worked for us. I'll be debriefing with each of you individually. But this budget has been reviewed in detail by the Finance and Budget Committee. It proposes a 10.8% tax increase on our residents and businesses. This adds about $10 a month to the average assessed home. When combined with the region of Waterloo tax increase and the expected zero increase on education taxes, the combined impact of ours with the region is an overall tax bill of 7.7% increase, adding about $310 per year to that average residential home. Together, staff and council, we changed our budget approach administratively. We changed our budget schedule and the structure and format of those budget review meetings. We changed our budget materials and the content, the layout, the look and the feel of the budget document. It's 160 pages long tonight. We reviewed and consolidated and reorganized our schedule of reserve funds for clarity of purpose, sources of funds, and flexibilities. We started the process with a very difficult message that the township has the lowest capital reserves per capita in the province, and this situation is impairing our ability to repair and replace our aging infrastructure on the optimal replacement schedule. Only those projects that are most important most urgent are being completed, with this shortened list exceeding our available cash on hand, and that requires us to issue debt to finance and pay for fixing broken roads and things like that. This financing approach on repair and replacement is not sustainable, and I've spoken with that each of you before and at several presentations. Having already begun delaying capital replacement projects, the only other approach to address this issue is to aggressively address the amount of tax levy that is allocated to capital projects and reserves, which must come through higher taxes. We compared our municipality to other municipalities on a number of fronts, and the key findings is our low reserves, our relatively low property taxes, and our comparatively higher average family income. Now that's average family income, so we still have to be mindful of those families who are struggling financially in this economic time, and you've asked me for a report on how we can assist those through the tax bill, and that will be coming later in May. The township faces annual capital expenditures of about $11 million per year for repair and replacement. With this outlook, our current funding is limited to our contributions to reserves and our share of gas tax and our share of the provincial infrastructure grants, both of which, while currently stable, are subject to changes of policy at the federal and provincial levels, which we can't control. Our current funding in this budget is about $2.2 million from our levy, almost $1 million from utility transfers to reserves, $673,000 of federal gas tax, and $1,077,000 of Ontario infrastructure grants for about $4.9 million. This is quite significantly short of that $11 million requirement in our 10-year capital plan. Council faced a number of key pressures in our operating budget that are set out in detail on page 7 of 160 in our budget document tonight. That resulted in our 10.8% tax increase. We had 3.1% inflation. We had a planned tax increase for capital funding of 2.8%, which has happened this year. Internal charges corrections for another 1%. Insurance and benefits over inflation, another 1% pressure. The township took over a property that we had previously rented for revenue, and now we're occupying it, so we lost our revenue. We've incurred additional costs. That added 0.8%. Our levy debt carrying costs from the 2023 debt added another 0.8%. We were expecting an operating grant reduction from the province of Ontario. That cost us 0.7% tax pressure direct. And then we had some service enhancements related to fire education, constituency support for members of council, the mayor, and other budget changes, adding 0.6% for a total of 10.8%. As the township's reserves have been nearly fully allocated to fund our capital program, there's very little flexibility for the township to accommodate unusual, unbudgeted issues that may arise during the budget year. When there are established stabilization types of reserves in the future, that flexibility will become possible, but not for quite some time, not for several years. And so I just caution you, as we did add $25,000 of discretionary funding in the budget, that's there, but that's about the extent of our flexibility. If I was asked to come up with $1 million mid-year, that would be near impossible. So with that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions or comments, but I just wish to clarify a couple of things that we just spoke of on the last matter on regraveling, and that's to do with what are budget carry forwards. It is indeed something new. As an accountant, an accrual at year end, an accrual is where you record an expense that you have already received the goods, but you haven't got the invoice yet. So the goods are sitting in your warehouse, but the invoice is in the mail, so you accrue it. You can't accrue things that didn't land in your warehouse. And so what we do is sometimes in a municipal budget, you may have a provision in the budget for a specific expense for a specific project. Maybe it's an economic development initiative you add $90,000 in a budget for. Staff changes, circumstances arise, that project doesn't get off the ground in the budget year. Rather than returning it into reserves and rebudgeting, we don't rebudget it, we carry it forward to next year to get that one-time project done. And so a budget carry forward is a tool that we use, and it's usually done at the time of the adoption of the financial statements. We say, here's the financial statements, here's the results of our operations, and here's a handful of carry forwards that staff are asking for, and they basically become budget amendments, but they're levy neutral at that point. We're relying on the surplus from the prior year to fund those. So that's what a budget carry forward is. And at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions on budget carry forwards, accruals, or the budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. And I must say I had to lean over to CAO Chambers because the start of your speech was sounding very much like you were saying you were leaving after this meeting and not to return. So glad to hear that you're still with us, but yes, a huge congratulations and thank you to you and your staff.
Thank you.
And all of the township staff who have worked hard on this. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I too wanted to thank Mr. Elliott, who was just plopped in at the last minute there and has done a lot of work. And to Chambers, to CAO Chambers, thank you for finding him because he certainly was a great addition, and your professionalism and your knowledge was very much appreciated. I just wanted to say that I know we've put through we identified gaps and we've put processes in place to address those. And I know we've talked about how low the reserves are, which is the lowest in Ontario, but I'm not quite sure if all of our constituents understand the impact that could have on our township. And please, Mr. Elliott, correct me if any of the following information that I give is incorrect. But my understanding is that we supply financial return to the province on a yearly basis, and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, as well as Ministry of Finance, check in on municipalities every couple of years to see how we're doing, and that they are aware of our dismal reserves and have been told that we are doing everything we can to turn that around and build them back up. And I was also informed that the province can actually decide that they just want to come in and help us clean house, whether that's increasing taxes or giving an influx of money. And so we want to try to keep those provincial moderators out of our house. Is any of that incorrect?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, in that the province does monitor the municipalities. Unfortunately, it's very, very rarely that they have to intervene. We saw a situation in Alberta where they intervened in a municipal council to take over recently. We have seen it in very small municipalities well in the past here in Ontario, but nothing recently that I'm aware of. They are just simply doing their diligence to make sure that everybody is staying healthy and safe and following the rules. And like the auditors, they sort of run their own little tests, the ratios of this and that, and balances and percentages and things. And every once in a while, something flags out and says, this is getting a little out of the norm. It's sort of like running your tachometer in your car up to red line. It's getting close to the edge. And they check in. And they seem to be, they asked us recently with respect to our low reserve number, and we pointed to our draft 2024 budget and said, we've got a significant effort to address that in our budget. It can't all be done in 1 year, but we're working on it. We have a program of 2.8% per year for infrastructure, and that's going to help in the long term. And we're also on the cusp, we hope, of some growth in our community, and that will also contribute to solving the issue. But it's not a 1 or 2 year problem. This is a 5 or 6 year issue that's going to have to be addressed every year for at least 5 years to get us into the safer zones, as it were, and get a little bit more comfortable. As I said, right now we have very little flexibility with respect to our reserve funds. If something came up in August or September this year and you asked me for $1 million, I would struggle to figure out how to tell you, sorry, can't do it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And thanks again. Every time we threw something at you, you came up and you provided it. So thanks again for all your hard work.
Thank you for your kind words.
Councillor Cressman.
I would concur with those comments. I understood this year's process so much better than last year. Still have things to learn, so it's a comment on life. Second, the attachment A, these are the pluses and minuses that we went through. And I would assume that they're all included in the proposed budget. And so just wanted to confirm that.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. These are basically this is a reconciliation from the draft that I dropped on the table on the 15th of January to the draft that's on the table tonight. Council made a number of adjustments. There are some that were net zero to the levy, and so they're just summarized. They're indicated there as being there on that list. The details of which accounts were impacted, and we went through this before the meeting, the addition of some staffing in engineering, but it's funded neutrally from levy. And so those are showing zero on the list, but there's budgetary adjustments. They're all reflected in this draft tonight. The one thing that's left to address is how you wish to fund the improvements around the rare property. If you wish to allocate some of the $49,000 carry forward, there's a motion in that report that would accomplish that for your consideration tonight. Otherwise, we would require a $30,000 levy adjustment at this point. So, Madam Chair, we need to put to bed, how are we going to do this?
I would look to council then for an amendment to the motion on the floor. Councillor Cressman.
Yeah, just two things. I want to make sure I heard properly what we have to understand how we're going to put, is this the Neville Street property that,
no.
Pardon? The Schneider land. Oh, the Schneider land, sorry.
If I may clarify, Madam Mayor, the Schneiderland works that we talked about, signage, speed reductions, some curb improvements, $30,000. It either comes from levy or it comes from Director Mullenhugh's $49,000 carry forward.
Can I just ask a question on attachment A, just so I have that clear in my head? Deleting the communication specialist position generated a saving of $100,000. Adding the council liaison support position was a plus $125,000, and then the added contract support is $25,000. So the swing in that was $50,000.
Correct.
And so the impact on the levy was a half a point. correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure that because I think it was implied it was going to be revenue neutral, and I just wanted to make sure I understood that we were going to eliminate one and use the funds against the others, so this wasn't the case. Thank you.
If I may, those numbers were lifted directly from CAO Chambers' report, and so I don't believe that she was misleading you. It was indeed a $50,000 impact to the levy, and so it's reflected here.
Councillor Dunstall, did you have your hand up?
I was just about to, so you must be clairvoyant. I was just going to ask, I know I've seen some numbers concerning this position coming up that were less than the 125. So that 125 was a maximum, is that correct?
The 125 was a provision that was put together by staff. It is expected that that is the base salary plus 30% of benefits and likely a $3,000 laptop.
Through you, Mayor, just to speak to the process on how we would finalize the salary range for that position. When the process for approving new positions, we approve them within the budget, then we finalize the job description. Those go to a third party so that they are evaluated neutrally, and then they're placed on the salary grid. So we had a draft job description that we used for budget purposes to estimate where this would land on the grid. This is a unique position to Wilmot in terms of having a role that directly supports mayor and council. So there were some questions from council around what that job description would look like. And so I've requested your feedback and would be open to direction from council in terms of whether you would like to approve the final job description. And once that has been determined, then it would be evaluated to confirm the salary, and then we could go ahead and post. So if council has any additional direction, or if you would like to just informally provide me with feedback on what you're seeking for the role, I'm happy to do that before we post.
Councillor Dunstall?
Sorry. Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I would actually like to put something through on that CAO Chambers, but you'd have to help me with the wording to take a look at that job description and see where that's going to land. Is that possible?
If council so directs, I can do that and bring back a report and have council approve it if that's what you're seeking. So it would be a motion.
Perhaps I misunderstood you, but you mentioned that there was a process, and typically that process would then come back to council before those types of decisions were made. Did I misunderstand that?
So through the mayor, we typically would not have an actual job description approved through council. However, I do feel this is a unique position because it directly supports the mayor and council. So I want to ensure that the job description that we're crafting is going to meet your needs. And so if there is a more formal process that you'd like to bring it back or have council's feedback into that job description to ensure that it's meeting the intent that council had when they approved that position, I'm happy to do so, either informally gain council's feedback, or it could be brought back through a report to council to have that approved prior to posting that. So I would leave that to council's discretion in terms of what council's preference is in approving that role.
And I would think a job description would give us a better idea for the salary range, yes?
Through you, Mayor, the final job description will determine how the job is evaluated and what the ultimate salary range is.
Okay, all right. Let me think about that. Thank you.
All right, any other questions on the budget before us and the motion before us? Councillor Sadhu.
Yeah, just to address Director Elliott's question of how are we going to fund the Schneider Land parking lot. For the sake of not further increasing our operating levy, I would put forward a motion. Would it be a motion or just a direction that we go through Director Mullenhuse's department and use his surplus funds?
If I may help out, I've just pointed out to the clerk that there is a draft motion on consecutive 101 of your agenda tonight, and I believe that what you're looking for is that council approve the carry forward of $49,000 of approved operational funding from 2023 intended for the Wilmot line regraveling, and apply this funding as necessary to the works outlined in Report 24-05 from Development Services as an operational expense and funding in 2024. In my world, that motion will achieve what you're trying to do, and I think it will satisfy the clerk and it satisfies Treasurer.
Is that seconding, Councillor Wilkinson? Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Sadoo. You're satisfied with the wording presented. Councillor Wilkinson's pleased with it. Anybody have any comments or questions on the amendment? Okay, not seeing any. Does anybody need a minute longer to get to the wording? No? Okay. In that case, then we will be voting on adding this as an amendment to the motion that's already on the floor. So all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Any other discussion or questions? Councillor Sadoo.
Just my final comments. First of all, I want to thank Director Elliott for coming in and trying to navigate us through this pretty interesting budget process. As I talk to residents, I hear all the time that finances are tight and things are becoming harder day by day. I understand we are in a unique situation that has been 20 years in the making. I also understand that we need to dig out of a financial situation where our reserves are lower than our surrounding municipalities. There needs to be a balance of raising taxes as well as looking at options like service levels to help offset the financial burden on our residents. This budget does do some of this, but I still feel more could have been done to mitigate a large tax increase. Although needed, I still believe we could have found more efficiencies and looked at further options instead of continuously raising taxes. Moving into 2025 with a greater understanding of line items and the costing of services, I'm confident that we can further move to shape the financial health of the township while also being responsible to the taxpayers.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, one thing actually occurred to me this evening, well, not this evening, but in preparation for this evening. I recall last year we actually looked at the municipal grant requests, and I think there was a price tag. It could be between $400,000 to $500,000. I think we were maybe distributing out. What's the status of that? I don't recall having a discussion around that this year or further reviewing some of those requests.
Through you, Madam Chair, last year, and I spoke of this earlier in our process, the amount of grants to be distributed into our community out of the budget, the amount should be established in budget before you decide who you're giving it to. And it sort of puts the horse in front of the cart. And so that was a change that I've made this year. The grant window, all of the recipients of last year, all of the applicants of last year and the year before have been notified. We've opened the application window. And so either before the end of March or the first meeting in April, we'll be bringing forward a report recommending the distribution of that amount. The amount appears in the council budget. I believe it's $72,000 in there. It's not $500,000, unfortunately. But the amount was established in the budget. We spoke about it during a review, and it stayed the same as the prior year. Does that help?
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, I recall that conversation. So we'll look forward to seeing those later on.
For any group that may be interested, the application window is still open.
Where would they go to apply for that?
I believe it's on it should be on our website. I was told it was on our website, so it's I'm not exactly sure, but it's there.
Very good. Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just had wanted to add that I actually think that our staff did a great job trying to keep those costs down. That pill is a hard pill to swallow, but I remember going through everything, and I mean, it is bare bones. You know, we got rid of everything that we could, and everything that we couldn't, we had to keep. So I want to give Township props for that. That's it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dunstall. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, so I suppose some final comments and thoughts on the budget. I do want to start by thanking staff and their participation in the process, and also special thank you to Interim Director Elliott, who I know was parachuted into a situation, but I have to commend you because this budget process, compared to the one we had experienced previously, is far superior and an overall improvement. So thank you for that. And I'll admit, you know, our township finances are not in the best shape, but I think if anything, bringing it to light is a positive that we can start to work towards addressing some of these major issues. Now, the budget as it is being billed as a solution to address future growth, environmental and climate change issues, aging population, evolution of services, expansion of online services, and other information, as well as some of the core financial problems. Do I feel that this budget totally accomplished that? Not necessarily from my perspective. I think there are still fundamental issues that exist in our budget, or our operating budget process, and there are procedures and other processes that I would love to see us implement moving forward, such as better reporting of KPIs, tracking of KPIs, development of those, looking at spending on programs and more. I think ultimately there are still some deep underlying issues that exist as well in our capital reserve program that, you know, we've spoken to it a little bit here, but these problems have been compounded by years of poor policy and decision making. And it's not just on last council, but these problems have been accumulating for years. And that was under past councils as well as a long tenured administration that has led us to this point. So my assessment of what's before us right now, well, in this budget, the taxpayers are facing an increase of 10.8%, and my assessment, it basically looks to maintain some of the status quo. I see inflation being factored in, wage adjustments, and an attempt at savings, but ultimately we're not necessarily getting any new programming out of this. And in the current economic climate, that is uncertain, and it's paired with rising interest rates and rising cost of living and rising inflation. You know, I really do struggle that we are considering passing on a tax increase of this magnitude, because it will make it more difficult for regular citizens. And I feel that there are better times for a tax increase of this size, and I do feel for those on fixed incomes, farmers facing poor crop yields, prices that are in question and in flux, and ultimately workers who face everyday layoff announcements. My hope is that moving forward, we do try and do everything we can to be mindful when looking at our budgets, knowing that in the private sector, when faced with similar financial situations we find ourselves in, there would potentially be talks on restructuring or ways to increase revenue. And those hard talks would take place to ensure that there's a going concern. However, sometimes in government, you know, I think the easy way out is to look to the people to give us more money, and I'm not sure that practice can continue forever. I was hopeful that we could look at running more of a policy of austerity and looking at how we spend every penny. In the current circumstances, I'm hopeful in the future will lead us to look at cuts and structure changes and a renewed focus on maybe rebuilding our reserves. At present, I do think we lack the necessary and standard reporting tools that we find in the private sector, And I trust that our staff are doing a good job. However, I want to see greater transparency and accountability so that we can back that up and show our citizens the data and answer some of their questions. And we have taken a step towards that by moving, hopefully next year, to a more detailed line-by-line budget. Another step that I want to continue to advocate for is to have quarterly budget updates and variance analysis, and as well as program costing at a more granular level. One final comment I would say as well is, when I'm looking at this, I would have liked to have seen more money put towards our infrastructure reserves. And I still have concerns about the process and the way in which we discuss staffing wage increases. And there's no doubt in my mind that our staff are deserving of their wage increases, but moving forward, I think that a pre-budget approval is one that I want to see us do away with. That is a topic when we're looking at wage increases should be debated in public alongside a proposed budget. So unfortunately, I do have to go back to my ward where roads are in disrepair. Roads need speed control. Culverts and other infrastructure projects need attention. And I regret that I'm going to have to go and tell them another year that they will have to wait for some of the projects and demands that they're looking for. Specifically the residents of Ward 2 having to wait to get some of their services from the township. In conclusion, again, I appreciate how we got to this point. Personally, I'm opposed to the budget, and I will request that it be a recorded vote when it does come time.
Councillor Cressman.
I would remind Councillor Wilkinson, you're elected to serve the entire township, not just your ward. That's a basic governance principle.
Councillor Wilkinson, but we're not getting into, okay, very good. Any other comments or questions, councillors? Okay, seeing none, I will turn it over to the clerk then to call the vote.
Okay, on agenda item 14.6, Councillor Cressman.
In favor?
Councillor Wilkinson.
Opposed?
Councillor Sadhu.
Opposed?
Councillor Dunstall.
In favor?
Councillor Martin. And Mayor Salonen.
In favor.
The motion carries.
Okay. Now, councillors, just seeing that we do still have a notice of motion, I'm not trying to keep us much past 11 o'clock, but in the event that it moves past 11, we do need a motion to extend the time of the meeting to potentially midnight. That's just part of our procedural bylaw. There is no debating, nor is it amendable, and it would require unanimous support. But I would need a mover and a seconder to even get that process started. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. So on to our bylaws, and the recommendation is that bylaws attached to this agenda be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed in open council. We have bylaws 15.1 through to 15.3. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. And we do have one notice of motion this evening, and this is Councillor Sadhu's regarding Huntsberger Drive and Stuckey Avenue / Michael Myers Road intersection. I will turn it over to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to waste time by reading all through it. I'm sure all of council has had a chance to read it. Basically, it's the request to put a four-way stop at the intersection of Huntsberger and Stuckey / Michael Myers. I've been talking with residents for the last year or so, and they've expressed concerns of kids going to school and there not being a four-way stop and having through traffic. I think it would further just build off the synergy of the subdivision, because just east of that subdivision on Jacob Cressman and Stuckey, there is a four-way stop. So I would request that we move forward and install a four-way stop at that intersection.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Actually, I wanted to direct this to Director Mullenhouse. We've had to work together on some traffic mitigating things in the past, and as I recall, there is a process, and if I use the wrong terminology, please let me know, but there is a process to determine when these do go in, and that is a warrant where there's an investigation and you see everything that's involved, and then the recommendation. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, typically in cases where there's a request for an all-way stop or some sort of traffic operations change, we do undertake a warrant process. The warrants are issued through the Ontario Traffic Manual, so it's a best practice review, we'll say, in terms of the operational environment, and has a look at the data associated with the intersection to make the recommendation in terms of whether it would be warranted or not. Typically in a case like this, yes, we would wish to report, collect data, and then report back to council, and that would be our standard process.
My concern is setting a precedence, because certainly I'm sure I have lots of people in my ward that would say, hey, I want a four-way stop too, and it may be justified and it may not, I don't know. But I would like to follow a process, and so I'm wondering if I could put through hopefully a friendly amendment that it's viewed in a friendly manner, that there would be an investigation into putting that four-way stop in.
So that would be a full-on amendment, Councillor. I think it kind of changes the spirit of the motion. But you can put forward, just let me double check with the clerk, because I don't know if it actually fully changes the intention of the motion. Just one moment. So our deputy clerk is advising if you want additional information, you could ask for it to be deferred pending staff to bring back more information, would be an option, or you would oppose this and you could then bring forward another motion if this were to be defeated, then suggesting that this process go under the warrant review process. Those would be kind of your options that you have.
Okay. Well, I didn't know I was going to have options. I will be voting, I will be opposed to this unless we have a type of study. So maybe we just leave it as it is and see where it lands.
Okay. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, my question is to Councillor Sadhu, and I realize Councillor Wilkinson has seconded, so maybe this question is to both of you. I'm curious why we're not going through the usual process. Unless I've misunderstood, I don't remember a discussion about this topic. I realize, and I know we're under time, it's getting late, but I realize we have had discussion. There has been somebody here delegating from Baden talking about speeding concerns. But I believe this is not following the usual process. So my question would be to you, why is this not following the usual process?
Councillor Sadhu.
Yeah, my answer to that would be too many times we get caught up in process. This is a four-way stop where local residents have been advocating for years. And I thought of it as a preemptive way before someone gets hurt, and to follow, I don't want to use common sense loosely, however, this would be in line with what is already happening with the subdivision as far as Jacob Cressman and Stuckey go. I've been hearing from residents, and I understand process. However, I just hear money signs and process and having staff do further studies. When it's a simple, we put up 2 stop signs, make a 4-way stop, and it just adds to the safety for the kids that are crossing the roads every day that are trying to get to school.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I'm certainly in favor of safety. I just think that it would be good to go through staff with some kind of report, that we would look at it. There would be a number of considerations that I would have. If I've understood the location correctly, rather than asking questions that I don't know about, I just think we need more information. I think having a staff report bringing us some information about it would be good. So if I do vote against this, it's not that I'm opposed to the stop signs going in there. I just don't know anything about it in terms of the history. You're saying people have been asking for it for years. I'm not aware of delegations. Have there been delegations here at council about this four-way stop?
Councillor Stu?
No, I can't speak to if there's been delegations. I can only speak to the residents that have been living there for the last 10, 12 years. They had mentioned to me they tried with previous council and they were waiting for reports and process to do its thing, and nothing was getting done, so they asked me to see what could be done about it, and I did submit this to the clerk, and it was verified by our director. I think if there was any major concerns, he would have raised a red flag, just in terms of that, but so I'll just leave it at that.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, if I can, I'll speak a little bit. I have knowledge of this area. It's actually not too far, just that way. At present, there are stop controls on the east and the west side of the intersection. The north and south side of the intersections is a straight through. I think where Councillor Shadou's coming from in this case, and knowing some of the residents there and hearing some of their other concerns, it's sort of unique in that it's one of the only areas in the neighborhood that just continues to go straight through, as opposed to having a stop control. And I know that there are a number of children that will pass that way, so I think understanding where the spirit's coming from, it's about making it a little more predictable in terms of crossing the road and having those additional stops there. That'd be my understanding.
Councillor Martin?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I may be wrong, but I believe Director Mullenhouse, you might be able to have some comments on this?
Through you, Mayor, I guess if it's reasonable for council, at the staff level, we would appreciate an opportunity to report back, and we can do that, I think, in time for the next meeting. Really what it would take for us is to spend a day or two out there and count vehicles and to count pedestrians, and then put those within a warrant framework, and then we can present that back to council for more information. I think there is another element to this as well that, maybe doesn't come through in a general warrant, in that, this area probably will have some development impact at some point too, so that should be taken in context to any recommendations.
Thank you very much, Director. Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Martin? No? Okay. Councillor Cressman.
Would a deferral motion to next council meeting handle?
Deferral, I'm assuming you're pending staff report back?
Pending a staff report back.
Director Mullenhouse, would that be suitable for you and your staff?
Through you, Mayor, I'm just confirming the date, but I believe that's the March, I want to say 25th meeting. Then that would be suitable, yes.
So, to confirm, Councillor Cressman, you are bringing forward?
I move it till next 26th, March the 26th.
Okay, is that seconding, Councillor Martin? Okay, so right now we have a motion to defer pending more information from staff, and that is moving to our next meeting, which is March 25th. Any comments or questions on the deferral, which would be time and place is all that we can discuss? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All right, and that carries. And on to announcements. The first item I want to address was the tax sale, which at our last meeting was brought forward, and I'm going to defer to Mr. Elliott. I believe there's some good news.
There is good news, and as notice to our community, the tax sale has been canceled. The property has been redeemed by payment in full, and I thank everybody who contributed to bringing that about. There were other parties involved, and I appreciate the community effort, as it were. I can't be terribly specific, but I'm grateful that this community has people like that involved, and we got it solved. The property was not lost, and the owner is, while not terribly pleased, is happy he's still on the property. And so you'll see an ad just this 1 week. It's in the local Gazette. It will have the same ad, but then we'll have a bright red banner across it that says canceled. It's canceled not because the process got muddled, it's canceled because it's paid.
Well, thank you very much to you and your staff, and for the process of bringing it forward to council. As my understanding is, that was the catalyst that got it to accounts being settled. So we appreciate you and your staff taking that extra step that was not required of yourselves on that sale. I have a few other announcements. Registration for spring programs begins on March the 5th. And so spring registration for Wilmot residents opens tomorrow, March the 5th at 9 a.m. for aquatic and recreational programs at the Wilmot Rec Complex. Programs range from parent and taught all the way to adults 55 and beyond. For more information, visit wilmot.ca/recweb. We also have our Easter egg swimming, and I have mentioned this at our last meeting, but there's time for an Easter egg hunt that's going to be happening in the form of a swim on Saturday, March 23rd at the Wilmot Rec Complex. One of the two swims are already sold out. The 4:30 p.m. time slot still has some availability. It's $10 a child. Adults can pay regular admission or bring a food item donation for the Wilmot Family Resource, and book by March 20th or sooner, as they seem to be selling out. Also wanted to note that there are changes coming to the Blue Box collection. Regional Council does have a report coming to us tomorrow with more information about this, but starting on March the 2nd, the Region of Waterloo transferred the management of residential Blue Box programs to Circular Materials. This is part of the provincial shift to new management models for Blue Box collection. During the transition period, residents' current collection day, the items that you put into the Blue Box, as well as your green bin and garbage and bulky items, there will be no change. If residents of Wilmot do have questions about the Blue Box program, they can contact Ematera Environmental at customercareont emterra.ca. You can reach out to the township to get that email address. There is also a number. Also, just stay updated. We will let you know as this transition continues, but it was provincially legislated that Blue Box collection goes to private sector. So we will all work through this together, and luckily there are other municipalities who went before us last year, so hopefully we will learn from them in this transition. Councillors, does anybody else have any announcements? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. I make an announcement on behalf of the Firebirds. The Firebirds finished their regular season in first place, and they've been granted to a playoff first round bye. Firebirds are excited for the playoffs to start and welcome great fans for the playoff run.
Very good. And any other announcements, councillors? All right, seeing none, we do have business arising from closed, and the recommendation is that council receives the verbal report regarding confidential information supplied in confidence from the province of Ontario, section 239(2)H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any item. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. And our confirmatory bylaw, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. And the last part of the evening, a motion to adjourn. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Sadhu. All in favor? Thank you very much and have a good evening.